Hello and welcome to yet another video. This is the 7th episode in which Naruto's childhood happens differently. After an incident, Naruto grows up as a guest of the Hyuga clan, but he is more interested in his clan's legacy and aspires to be Hokage. However, a certain fox always gets in his way. Please like and subscribe to show your support. Let's get the show started. He expressed, "It's great." Was unsuccessful. The Kazekage was immobile. His guards were unable to keep quiet as they asked, "How?" Garakuen has been unsuccessful. The Uzumaki brat is more irritating than I expected. Even though I believe the poison would have caused him harm, I regret not taking him down properly in the woods. I think it would be wise for me to conduct additional research on the Uzumaki. His strength is starting to captivate Orochimaru, even though he is moving at an impressive speed. There are now more significant matters to be aware of. Although I am unable to overcome Tsunagekyu's defeat, we cannot continue the assault. I'd rather create as much chaos as possible and have fun with Sarutobi-sensei, said the disguised guard who bowed down to the Kazekage. With his poisoned blade in hand, Orochimaru stabbed through the Yondaime Kazekage with an iron fist, whispering, "You're no longer useful to us. I can confirm that you are no longer required to control Garakuen, as I don't believe it will continue. You're welcome." Traitor's Tale is a true portrayal of the dark side of history. The man emitted a loud sound while gurgling. His eyes were wide open in amazement. The Kazekage was not surprised by the extent of the injuries he sustained. The sudden disappearance of his strong will was a result of this. Even though he was half-jawed, Hiruzen showed no reaction and leapt up as quickly as the Mizukage did. Orochimaru seized the opportunity to grab the old man and jump off, just as Jiraiya was about to attack. The remaining guard of the dying man exclaimed, "Kazekage-sama. We have been a long time coming." The Kazekage coughed up his breath and stated that he was used. Baki's words were incorporated into the sentence, suggesting that it was not true. Put a stop to his actions. The message Kabuto conveyed to his traitors was that they would destroy Tsunagakure. Induce the attack. The arena was filled with spectators who witnessed feathers flying and fell asleep within seconds. The majority, but not the Jonin who guarded. Kabuto did not feel at ease, as expected. The Sabaku no Gara was the key to their strategy, as it caused distraction. "His failure has left us behind," he said. Following Orochimaru-sama's orders to drop his stolen Umbu mask and jump off the ground, he dropped his glasses. The Shinobi of Otagakure would be responsible for managing the resistance that still existed. Despite Orochimaru's inclusion of disposable fighters and his less successful experiments, they still had a larger army than their opponents. As the Tsunagakure siblings were still getting distracted by Gaara's fall, Shikamaru was the first to notice a situation where the Kages were seated. He nodded as he looked at Haku. "Success, manga," declared the lazy genin. Haku asked, "Haku, can you make sure they are immobilized?" "It's safe to say that a bit of ice would be enough," he said softly. "I have no interest in using any more permanent methods." Their hands were tied together by Shikamaru, and he approached them. "My jutsu will not last for long, please wait until it has reached its full capacity." "I'm not sure we can stop this," Temari sighed. "In my opinion, I have no intention of implementing the unintelligent scheme devised by my father, and I would rather assist my brother. Naruto advised us to go down there before Gaara was killed, as he had promised not to." Kankuro yelled out, Temari, with his eyes wide open. "Are you willing to betray someone?" "Yes, Kankuro, I see stupidity when I look at you," Temari screamed. "Father is being deceived, you should also be aware of this. This would never have happened if he had been his regular self. It's a lot of stuff." Despite the agony, he managed to endure it. He was cognizant of his own mortality. Despite the pain, he was able to open his eyes. The sky is bright and sunny. He halted his gaze. What was the sense of calmness? He had been defeated. What was the reason for his survival? He didn't speak, but he did. He had something that caught his eye. The blond boy gave him a glance. Gaara observed the exhausted expression on the boy's face. The conqueror of their war effort. Despite winning, the question remains, why did his mother feel threatened by him? Is it because they were more powerful than him? The dryness of Gaara's throat caused him to cough up air. He softly asked, "Why are you not responsible for my death?" Naruto inquired, with a frown on his face, as he continued to prepare. Gaara looked up and saw the blonde artist's drawing, but couldn't make it out of his head. Falling you would only result in more trouble. Moreover, what is the rationale behind killing someone who bears the same burden as me? Naruto pondered the question, why does life have a purpose? I lost myself in that moment. I am uncertain about this. You can be sure that I won't take your life if that makes you happy. Have you been promised? If not, what would be your response? If all goes well, thank your sister for a contribution. Naruto gave a weak smile, acknowledging that it was actually given to her by someone else. I discovered a way to escape from her without taking your life, she said. Why did Temari choose to engage in such a passionate and emotional activity? Naruto patiently explained, you were still her little brother whatever you turned into, regardless of what it was. In order to strengthen your seal, I must defy the Kazekage's orders and provide the necessary information. You're willing to do that, right? Nevertheless, I'm curious as to why you feel that way. Naruto nodded appreciatively to his drawing and chuckled. What the hell is that? He had already prepared most of the material, but since he was not acquainted with Gaara's seal, there was no possibility of preparing a complete seal. The likelihood of war would have been raised if you had not passed away. The chances of finding peace are greater if you manage to survive. Moreover, do you not want to break free from the Ichibi's grip on your behalf? Gaara nodded in agreement. Despite his lack of understanding, he felt strange and grateful for Naruto's efforts. He was utterly defeated, at every step. Thanks, Uzumaki Naruto. Thank goodness for your survival, Naruto said, remarking with sadness. If you managed to live this long, then congratulations on your accomplishment. The Kyuubi screamed, do you think I have more chakra? I just made a deal with you to teach that one-tailed idiot, no more. Kill him, you stupid brat. Don't belittle others as you've never shown any disrespect. Shut up, Naruto shouted at him. I'm not bothered by the fact that I want to kill that Shikaku or whatever. Gaara is just like me, so I have no intention of taking his life. If I hadn't committed to his sister, killing him would have only caused more problems. Why do I care about the challenges that puny humans pose? Your village treats us as their weapons, which is why I am concerned. The possessions they possessed were their own. Naruto's expression was a scowl as he exclaimed, let it burn. The Kyuubi exclaimed, are you really a hothead? Experience, and utilize the ample head of yours. If you have a strong dislike for Shikaku, I strongly suggest that you leave him in prison. Had you paid more attention, you would have already recognized that I had intended to do this from the outset. The Kyuubi reflected on Naruto's words and relaxed their nerves. You're not alone in your sentiment. He chuckled in a melancholic tone. The punishment you're facing is imprisonment, according to the speaker. The reason I need more chakra is that I want to strengthen Gaara's seal and reduce the impact of Shikaku. Your own words often convey that your imprisonment holds a greater value than all other things. So, what's the next step? An insincere jerk, the Kyuubi taunted me and said, what a handsome man. Alright, I will provide you with my assistance again. Nevertheless, this is the final occasion when there is a limit to my massive chakra, and it's located in this decaying location. What do you think? Temari yelled at Shikamaru's side and exclaimed, come on. Shikamaru sighed. What's the next thing he said? Could be that she doesn't want to attack you. Ensure that she doesn't assist those who are attacking Konoha. Naruto's comment about Temari was deemed difficult by Shikamaru. She said, I think that perfectly sums up what she just said. Such assurances come across as something he would undertake. Moreover, she is not holding me back in any way. Temari, with a sense of impatience, asked you if everything was all right. Shikamaru opted to go down, as he did. I am not aware of any unforeseen events that Naruto has planned, but he did mention that you may be involved in something like this. Is it acceptable for you to refuse our request to join the invaders and instead rescue Naruto and Gaara from their harm? Temari stated that the density of your team was not as high as she had anticipated. Shut up, Kankuro, she said, turning towards her brother. They can ice you up for all I care. You must demonstrate to you that your father's mistake is unfounded, as he had previously lost his mind. Thank you, Gaara muttered. My thoughts are racing through my mind. The voice. Mother. Silence prevails. Naruto's nod and gaze prompted him to look around. It appeared that the conflict had erupted in earnest. Naruto was aware that he was not capable of doing much more. He had taken down Gaara before he could be turned against Konoha, regardless of the plan. Nevertheless, he was disturbed by the sounds of battle. Konoha was no longer threatened by the Ichibi. How did you make it out alive? With the seal on your back? The devil is much stronger than you are, Gaara declared. The seal that was applied to me had a much more powerful effect than the one I initially received. The idiot who made the seal you have is a mystery to me, but it was not sturdy. A very fragile state of affairs. Especially with the inclusion of at least 2 obvious mistakes. To tell you the truth, I'm amazed that you made it through this long. Is that a bad experience? Gaara asked. It's possible that we are on the brink of something more. It's possible that I will no longer be a monster. Naruto stated, reminiscing and half-heartedly, that we will always be afraid of you. After all these years, people had seen him. They will hate us and label us as monsters due to their fear of our presence. The village of Jinchuriki. The fear of us is a result of people's lack of understanding and comprehension. It is not the right thing to hold a grudge against them. If you have negative feelings towards something, it will only lead to a level of hatred that surpasses your own. I don't want to be as they are. I am determined to improve myself. When Gaara looked at him, his confusion was clearly visible. In comparison to Naruto's last month, he displayed more intense emotions than ever. Naruto's sigh was heard as he put his arm around his chest. Although people may think we don't fit their ideals of how the world should be, it is impossible to change the way things are. Our reality is one, not our imagination. We cannot afford to make falsehoods, and it would only cause us to feel sad and angry when the lies are proven wrong. We are both aware of what occurs when we lose control. Gaara gazed at his seal. I would have let Shikaku go until tonight if I had done so. It's possible that I have lost control for good. Gaara harshly mentioned that the father was aware of the risk and deemed it an acceptable chance. Yeah. Naruto's expression was a slight scowl, but it suggests that people are already making use of us. It's better that we stay in this together. There are no more than 9 of us, at the very least. Every individual is distinct, but our uniqueness makes us the most distinguishable among all others. Our burden is what we have to bear. Throughout our lives, we will always be looked up upon by people. Nonetheless, we have the opportunity to demonstrate our skills by setting an example in competition. Do you have a plan to guide them? Gaara inquired. The village, the people that hate you, Naruto said, was a childhood dream of being Hokage. Initially, I aimed to earn people's respect, but now I realize that it is not as straightforward as I once thought. My friends taught me that. The act of showing respect to someone for their power is a completely different world from honoring them. The majority of the reasons for this would be due to fear. My goal is to become a Hokage, which involves taking on the role of protector and overseer for the people. Even if it is due to their own inadequacies. Gaara appeared surprised by the response on her face. Is that what you're fighting for? Naruto sighed, just for the sake of my friends, and for a better future. I was told to never quit and always hold on to hope that things will eventually get better. It's ironic to make such statements when we observe our villages engage in combat like this. Gaara nodded as she put her fingers to the ground. Shikamaru, Haku, Temari, and Kankuro advanced. The two Jinchuriki were not approached by the hostile shinobi, but they did not allow any of them to approach. Shikamaru was overcome with fear after he saw Temari unleash her power for the second time that day. He scowled at the thought of, this girl is such a nuisance, but still seemed concerned about the possibility of him and Haku holding her down. It's a little dishonest that Haku didn't seem to care. Despite the boy from Kirigakure's genial disposition, Shikamaru was of the opinion that he would be just as problematic. Temari yelled Gaara, and came to rest in the air near the two almost motionless boys. Are you a person? Naruto's response, it seems to be working, was a mild chuckle. It's my opinion that you should bring Jiraiya home at a later time, and allow him to examine it. It must possess enough power to endure for a period of time. Naruto's actions left Shikamaru astonished. I am grateful for your help, which is why I say, thank you. Temari softly stated. With a frown in his eyes, Kankuro looked on. Can you explain the rationale behind your decision to save Gaara? It would have been more manageable if it had been simpler. Naruto stated that if Gaara were to die and Tsunagakure was not damaged, would he have been willing to go to war? Shikamaru said, let's not be so hard on oneself, that would make a fourth world war. We need to ensure that we both reach a secure location before departing, but let's prioritize safety. I cannot bear to let that be, little boy. An individual who was unfit expressed their dissatisfaction. The newcomer's entrance was met with a stunned and fearful look, as the genin all looked up. Any shinobi who could sneak out on all of them would be a good idea. Exceptionally good. Another warning was given by Genma's corpse lying behind him. I recommend that the four of us start running by ourselves. I'm not concerned about you weaklings. The demons are the only ones. It's clear to me that Naruto, you're the one who ensures Naruto is safe, Haku urged their adversary. I will manage this one. Ha ha ha. It's remarkable how much courage can be gained from such a young person. The ill-shaped man smiled and revealed his face upon taking off his straw hat. Youngsters must be cognizant of the individuals they encounter. With an inhuman face, he laughed that it was not possible for a mere genitalia to fight against Sasori of the Red Sand. Sasori. It seems unlikely that he would have survived. Kankuro initiated his movement. Savvy words, but not much else. Temari and that sloth take Gaara and Naruto. I don't know, it's now. Sasori quipped with a smirk. I was polite enough to allow you the opportunity to escape, he said, gesturing with his arms and summoning a few puppets. Kankuro also called upon his puppets, but realized there was no longer an option. They were surrounded by his adversary. Replace those Jinchuriki with your own. Despite his calm demeanor, he stated that his employer requires their assistance. You may have wondered, did you not think Tsunagakure was behind this plan? I've spent months preparing and planting sleeper agents in this unassuming village. Tsunagakure was the only option we had for bringing Gaara with us on this adventure. I have to admit that this occurrence was more favorable than what I had anticipated. The two cockatoos separated themselves, and now they are ready to compete. He sarcastically laughed at the thought. You truly desired us. Yujito revealed that you are both a part of Akatsuki and Orochimaru. I'm not sure how to respond. Despite the fact that attacking should not have been allowed if you were not attacked first, Sasori seems to be cautious. An amorphous creature, in essence. Who is worried about what happens to you, right? You dare. Yujito hissed softly. She referred to a section of the arena as childish and suggested that Naruto and Gaara be taken to safer locations. I am responsible for this pitiable excuse of a shinobi. The small group was accompanied by 2 individuals with each Jinchuriki who ran away. As a result, you will set on fire. Yujito's expression was a murmured one. You're not alone in your sentiment. Was prohibited. Sasori waited for his release, not expecting his opponent to go all out, he said. Outside Kumogakure, it would be sealed. The blue flames covered Yujito, as he growled. If this foolish person thought that Jiraiya wouldn't be able to remove the seal that Raikage had instructed her to take, since no one had ever told her not to, she had not actually disobeyed his command. Naruto observed the ejected form of the Nibi confronting Sasori with his head turned to his side. Looking up, he observed the presence of a massive barrier on an elevated structure. Shikamaru looked at his reflection instead of the other way around. It looks like a wicked incident, he frowned, not wanting to be lazy again. Is there anything you can do about it? I have a certain opinion on this matter. I ought to, Naruto declared with a sigh. Shikamaru, Temari, are you able to bring me there? I have some left chakra, so it would be possible for me to create an opening. For a split second. I am unsure of what is happening, but I believe that Orochimaru is within the boundary. You're curious, do you want to go there? Temari asked with a frown. It's our responsibility to ensure your safe exit from the airport. If that lazy dick can keep up, it should be doable. Shikamaru yelled out, hey, please. Ugh, please. From my perspective, it's worth doing it. I'm afraid that if I did this again, I would be destined for death. Temari smirked at the idea of being a coward. Naruto yelled, Haku, at the boy who was in front of him. We have a different goal to set for ourselves, all 3 of you. Don't take it in too much, Kurenai declared with a hissy expression. Why are you all here? We're taking Gaara out of the chaos, Haku said in a soft voice. I am hoping that you both have the necessary courage to protect Sabaku no Gaara and his brother Kenkuro from harm. We surrender, Gaara declared, his voice as trite as his own. Kurenai nodded and frowned, acknowledging that he is the sensei of Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto bolstered my windshield. I owe him, Konoha. I guarantee that neither myself nor my siblings will resist our time in captivity. You willingly turn yourself over, Asuma muttered, uncertain of his belief. The blonde brat's response was to save my brother, the spokesperson explained. We have to owe him, Kenkuro stated without hesitation. Moreover, I have recently discovered that Tsunagakure was duped into this situation, so I am not willing to risk my life for a mere fabrication. Please hold them in your hands, please. There are a few who happen to be others. Haku stated that he was going to pursue the Jinchuriki. Yujito-sama is taking care of the situation. However, I must now assist Mizukage-sama. Shortly after, Haku bowed down and disappeared. Kurenai, you woke up Rock Lee and Choji, Asuma said after thinking about it. In the event that that individual is correct, we can expect more attackers in this vicinity, and we cannot protect those 2 individuals and engage in combat concurrently. Baki's name is included on the title page. The Kazekage's last words were to recall his troops. Baki lowered his head in sorrow as the light faded from his leader's eyes. The Kazekage's final words were of particular interest to Terumi Mei. Jiraiya pursued Orochimaru after he had taken the Hokage. The Mizukage had the liberty to act as she pleased without interference from anyone else. Zabuza, she nodded with conviction, hinting that it wasn't just Orochimaru. Tackle this man and give him power. Yes, Mizukage-sama, Zabuza replied with a smile, happy to finally get his chance to shine. Despite his disappointment, the famous Baki of the Winds did not put up any resistance. He had a close eye on his defunct leader. Baki was the first to ask me a question, "What's up there?" "A few hundred people are still out there," Baki murmured, as Zabuza had to kick him hard in response. "We were expected to receive even more support from Otogakure residents. Nevertheless, Orochimaru betrayed our trust. I am unaware of its exact nature, but it appears to be a strategy to weaken both Sunagakure and Konohagakure simultaneously. I'll take a closer look at the reflection." The Mizukage had a low opinion of the one-eyed Jonin. "As the Kazekage has passed away, are you still the most powerful leader of Sunagakure in this region? Can you explain what I am?" The Jonin, having expressed their doubts about Kazekage-sama's plan, were left with little alternative to his strategy. Baki was on the verge of apologizing. "Alright, let's not forget that we are now in a different situation." Mei instructed him to silence. "Tsurugi, take him to the gates and ensure that he gives you the order to withdraw. Afterward, eliminate him and assist the defensemen from Konoha, while also removing your support." She observed the leader of Kirigakure's Hunter Nin, who was her other guard, running away. The man with black hair presented the scars to demonstrate his experience, and she knew he would be capable of doing it. "Zabuza, please clean up this area," she said to the swordsman. "I'm not too bothered if Otogakure were to attempt to take down one of the Jinchuriki. Ensure their failure is not an accident." Nevertheless, a statement remains unconfirmed. "Your guard, my beloved," he protested. "Shut up," Mei declared. "My plan is to walk instead of anything else." She smiled and said, "Don't do anything that would make me feel exhilarated. In case of any Jinchuriki happening, I have decided to take your life," she declared before disappearing from his view. Shizun inquired, "Tsunade-sama? What's your plan?" The blonde woman sighed. "I was unwise to promise the elderly man that he would be there to defend Konoha during this examination. Honestly, I thought it would be nothing more than a false alarm. Me and my bad luck. I promised, you are going to fight." Tsunade appeared to be frowned upon. "It seems like I won't feel bored either. Orochimaru and his unappealing snakes. They're quite a bit big." Shizun's expression paled in agreement with others. "Should I take the Otonins away while you concentrate on the snakes?" she inquired, aware of her master's disposition. Smirking was done by Tsunade. Despite having forsworn into her duty to fight, she couldn't shake off the old anxiety-inducing feeling that had persisted for years before any of these battles ever played out. She didn't have to face Hanzo today. She couldn't fathom that Orochimaru had any S-rank shinobi working for him, at least not in the way she thought. It's more advantageous for her to be free from having to contend with other humans in the present era. She was unsure if she could commit any more human killings. Katsuyu, the potent slug that always supported her in battle, was summoned by Tsunade, who then told her to go away. Katsuyu urges the public to attack anyone who dares to launch an attack on Konohagakure. Moreover, leave some of your remains to tend to those who are wounded on our side. Utilize as much or too much of my chakra as you desire. Yes, Tsunade-sama. After a short while, Tsunade stood on the edge of an apartment building and was left feeling concerned about the extent of the damage to Konoha. Together with Shizun and Katsuyu, Tsunade had made quick work of defeating the invaders in their area, and she had witnessed the Mizukage's rampage. Tsunade was intrigued by the abilities of the female leader from the hidden mist, as she witnessed her leaving molten and vaporized victims in her wake. Given that this woman had such power, it's not surprising that she was named Mizukage. Tsunade was more concerned about the reports of traitors among Konoha's ranks, which she had heard about. Suddenly, shinobi started acting alone and even threatened their friend while attacking them. They were under the influence of something. Orochimaru had a strange fixation with rare and hazardous bloodlines. Tsunade was unable to identify any other bloodline, except for the Yamanaka, that could be used in this scenario. Nonetheless, those methods were never practical for such extensive applications. Those with their minds consumed would not attempt to warn others. The sensation was as close to that of a dream. Tsunade stated that her party must find someone who could potentially control the traitors among their ranks. Is there a puppet master? It seems like the bigger snakes have been eliminated, but our primary concern should be to protect the walls. Tsunade-sama was retorted by Katsuyu and Shizune, who asked if Taunton was still okay despite being left in shelters. You're not alone in your sentiment. Was prohibited. Sasori waited for his release, not expecting his opponent to go all out, he said. Akatsuki had knowledge that the Raikage had imposed restrictions on the woman's power whenever she crossed the border. Yujito growled as the blue flames engulfed her. How can this blonde woman give those orders so easily? An Akatsuki scum started hunting my kind the moment you began. Your little spy may have been unaware of my commitment, or did he fail to notice that Jiraiya-sama had taken off the restraint? The colossal Bijou, wielding massive claws and possessing more chakra than Sasori's encounter with Shikaku, was now confronted by the beastly two-tailed man. It's a shame that this has to be said. I experienced a significant decline in my chakra reserves. Sasori was compelled to summon him as his poisons would not have any impact on her, while his opponent underwent a similar transformation. Although I have invested a lot of energy in turning my memory against their own, this fight will not be advantageous for me. I need to finish this quickly. A scroll was taken from under his mantle by him, and he summoned a humanoid with black hair to perform the ritual. Sasori quipped, introducing the Sandaime Kazekage, my most cherished puppet. With a massive claw attached to its arm, the puppet launched towards the transformed Yujito. The claw's poisonous blade failed to reach its intended victim, as the two-tailed demon unleashed a devastating attack by wiping away the entire arm. Sasori remarked that the object, despite its size, was extremely swift. It's a little bit of an undercurrent. She should be unable to move like that due to her size. Nonetheless, it is comparable to the fear I had. I must make an effort to learn the jutsu technique. The one-armed creature swung backwards to avoid the cat-like monster and opened its mouth. A massive cloud of black sand was released and started to move around the area. Yujito's expression was one of pure annoyance. Satetsu, the iron sand, and he looked at him with an unfeeling expression. That particular talent is quite dominant. I'm left pondering how this person was able to replicate the jutsu technique with a puppet. It is not a puppet, Matatabi, the two-tailed Bijou, replied to her master. In some respects, the third Kazekage was transformed into a new figure. That. Yujito's expression was one of scowling. It's a good time to finish this, so hurry up, she declared. Yujito-sama, that's accurate. Matatabi believed that being a puppet was the most severe insult to any form of creature. It was the ultimate form of enslavement. It recollected her fate in an excessive way. Yujito's fate was uncertain as he had little choice. A massive saw blade was formed from the iron sands, striking the Bijou. Sasori experienced a moment of relief, as the black weapon punctured the monster. However, it did not cause any harm. Sasori questioned whether the blue flames were solid or just a reflection of her appearance. Sasori was hardly aware of Nibi's movement, and his reaction to remove his puppet was only slightly delayed. The cat landed beside the puppet during a jump and fired off one fireball at it. A fireball of a very strong magnitude. The explosion caused a threefold increase in the area surrounding Konoha. All windows were destroyed within a mile of the blast's impact. This was not a form of human jutsu. This was the fury unleashed by one of the 9 sacred demons. During the onslaught, Sasori was in close proximity to his puppet. Had he not worn his armor? With his valuable puppet obliterated and his own armor completely destroyed, Sasori was depicted as a young boy with brown hair and blue eyes, wearing an Akatsuki cloak. After years of not revealing his true form to any adversary, the puppet master found it almost nude. Ugh, please. The entire crater is caused by a single ball of fire. It's time to depart. Sasori chimed in, it's not worth continuing this battle. The statement made was not a joke, as the Jinchuriki was supposed to be the second most dangerous one, following the eight-tailed jackalope. At least while those other two remained snobbish. Feigned enemas. With the belief that his swift and agile physique would be enough to elude the formidable creature, Sasori turned and leapt. Sasori was aware that his opponent, who was covered in blue flames, would have no control over his chakras due to the disadvantage he had experienced. Their weapons and poisons failed to incapacitate the demonic entity. The sole means of survival was to flee. To what extent was he untruthful? How could he have predicted that the Nibi was moving so fast? Zetsu had never mentioned this in his reports. Matatabi lunged forward, its claws crushing Sasori's legs. Nevertheless, they were nothing but pieces of a toy. Yujito questioned, is this body really a puppet? No, not no. The answer is yes. The root of his chakra is located here. Despite having torn his legs, Matatabi grabbed the puppet and held it down on the ground as the Akatsuki member attempted to flee. A massive flame pillar was visible across Konoha. The object used was not a bright and fiery bastion like the one Naruto had employed earlier, but rather an enormous plume of blue flames. Sasori was engulfed by these flames, while Yujito stood calmly in the center of the scene. She was protected from her own fire. The Jinchuriki of the two tails, like the nine-tailed birds, had an impressive defense against fire. Sasori's body is constructed entirely of wood, in contrast to the wooden frame. Terumi Mei, the Mizukage of Kirigakure, once again pledged to ensure that her village would remain unaffected by war. Konohagakure was cradling people trying to put out fires, save others trapped under collapsed buildings, and bring in many injured men or women to hospitals. The experience of war was a nightmare. The thought of the destruction that the Achibi could have caused had not been prevented made Mei shiver. Although she still reminisced about the nightmares of the civil wars at night, what she encountered reminded her of that chaos. The Sunagakure shinobi were stopped in front of the walls surrounding Konoha, and on the bright side, they would soon leave the area. If not for Baki's foolishness. Knowing Tsurugi, he would be at risk of losing his life. The leader of her savage hunter Nines was not known for being kind to anyone who dared to break their word. The Sannin Tsunade prevented the giant snakes that were supposed to invade the area. Mei perceived Tsunade as still living her reputation, despite the knowledge that she had retired several years ago. Mei was taken aback by how effortlessly she handled the massive reptiles with just her overwhelming brute strength. It's no wonder that Tsunade was as renowned as her notorious teammates. Mei was only bewildered by the fact that Tsunade decided to let her assistant and summon take care of her human adversaries instead of attacking other shinobi. I was informed about her retirement as a shinobi, according to the rumors I heard. Did Mei question the validity of her incapacity to confront other shinobi? This could provide an explanation for why she refrained from practicing any ninjutsu techniques. Nevertheless, her talent is commendable as it is what it takes. Mei did not feel weaker around others. The time has elapsed. The young Mei had been an exemplar of the legendary Tsunade since childhood. According to Mei, it was a testament to the indivisibility of genders, as women could be just as strong as men. Despite their discriminatory attitudes. Despite the challenges faced by others, Mei had become a model for Kunoichi's ultimate goal. Her enemies' molten bodies were the quiet, fiery indication of her strength. Mei muttered, "What the hell is that?" and she saw a massive blue flame rising in the arena. I had the impression that I experienced something strange. The Nibi was the actual one. Mei glared at the sight of the strongest women in the world. After a while, she observed that the Konoha shinobi were no longer subjected to the traitors within their own clique. Prior to something that's a little bit earlier. Sabaku no Gara caused Haruki to release his demonic essence, leaving him in a state of horror. He was haunted by memories of witnessing the Kyuubi attack Konoha and the gruesome chakra from the one-tailed Bijou. This is what a Jinchuriki can do. With her eyes wide open, Ako whispered something in a state of shock. Please take note of the Naruto anime. No one among the others spoke up. Chie remained vigilant as the genin displayed a combination of pure horror and deep worry for their teammate and friend. Naruto's plan was revealed to Haruki by him. His idea was validated by the all-consuming pillar of fire. The demon endeavored to escape, but was rendered invisible as the hellfire consumed its feet. The battle that is being fought is one of inhumanity. Haruki pondered the reasons behind Naruto's progress and where did his adversaries fall short. Despite the fact that the boy had access to the Kyuubi's chakra as an aid, this was still an impressive demonstration of talent and power. Haruki reflected on the period when Naruto had difficulty performing basic chakra control maneuvers. Naruto's true personality was made visible to the world. Hokage no longer a monster. It was the last of Haruki's doubts about the boy's dream to be erased by the display. It's impossible not to underestimate the power of Naruto. Despite its age, the Jinchuriki of Konoha had significant potential to develop. To what extent would Naruto's power be affected? Haruki felt a sense of pride. Such a sense of pride that it almost made this unfeeling man cry. The answer is yes. More than just a little bit of everything. He erased the drops before anyone else could see them. While the Ichibi's molten remains crumbled and the fiery pillar disappeared, Haruki observed something else. A genjutsu was activated by an individual. Although it is not a forceful one, its size makes it worth considering. This was not a straightforward scheme to manipulate. Haruki yelled out, "Leave me alone," before turning to the crowd. Chie shrugged, seemingly unperturbed by the jutsu, as her chakra control was almost flawless. Nevertheless, the rest of the group was dozing off quickly. It's improbable that Haruki thought Hinata would fall for such a love interest. The scene below caused her to lose concentration. Kabuto discovered that a significant number of jonin and some more skilled chunin had put up resistance to the genjutsu. Kabuto did not feel at ease, as expected. The Sabaku no Gara was the key to their strategy, as it caused distraction. His failure has left us behind, he said. Orochimaru-sama instructed the speaker to move quickly and get the target out of here. He unlatched the umbu mask he had stolen earlier that day, corrected his glasses, and leapt off. Kabuto landed on the brink and gave a smirk. One of her peers was unfortunate enough to fend off the genjutsu. The traitor whispered, "You should have stayed put," with a composed demeanor. That would have been a great deal of pain for you. After noticing someone jumping behind him, Haruki turned to Ako and attempted to dismantle the genjutsu that had been applied to her. Haruki asked, "What are you doing here?" with as much skepticism as possible. Haruki was aware that his physical condition barred him from participating in a legitimate fight. It's not working as it should be. Umbu involuntarily, but without any indication of a fight that would necessitate it. The newcomer was observed by Haruki. This seemed like an unavoidable outcome. "I'm not sure if you want to stand up for yourself," the young man replied. Haruki observed the man's round glasses and onyx eyes in the back. The man's ash-gray hair was not the only thing that stood out, as he also had a relatively subdued appearance. "What's your reason for being here?" Haruki asked, urging Chie to take a step back. The young man calmly replied, "Is it not obvious? She is sitting behind you, surrounded by the heir of one of Konoha's most powerful clan and without any protection from her own clan. It's a simple objective, right? An infiltrator." Unfortunately, The man's response was a shrug. I am currently a Konoha genius who took part in the exam but did not pass. I didn't become intolerant of Orochimaru-sama just because I was one of his supporters. I've already squandered a considerable amount of time on you, Haruki-san. How do you go about your daily routine? Kabuto smirked at the question. Is it true that Orochimaru-sama was unaware that Hyuga Hinata had taken this place? He retaliated while Haruki was dismissed. The body was unable to keep up with his older age, who had been crippled by illness. Is it a question that you haven't asked before? The reason behind Orochimaru-sama's decision to send me on a mission to deal with this pitiful monkey is unclear to me. It is evident that his illness has already reached a point where it could have been resolved by any of the failed experiments. Let's take a look at this little girl, Miss Hyuga, Kabuto murmured. He was confronted by a black and white cat-like figure, measuring 5 feet in height. The tail of the animal is waved in a long line behind it. Glasses two-leg, Chia shouted. Let's dance together, folks. Haruki trembled. He was under the impression that a number of bones had fractured. It was not unexpected that the poison had also affected his brittle bones, which had previously eaten away his muscles. Chia appeared to be running around the gray-haired traitor when he opened his eyes. In what manner did Orochimaru become aware of our whereabouts? Haruki pondered the question. He tried to rise silently, but his broken left arm and cracked ribs were too painful to press down a groan. The conclusion has been reached and this is the final statement. He sighed deeply. With a gentle smile, he looked back at his beautiful wife's serene face. I hope to hear from you soon, my beloved. Soon, I will be meeting you. It's necessary for me to start with something. Despite his broken body, Haruki was still capable of dying in battle thanks to his intense focus on his chakra. The assailant had used several Sanban to disable Chia and was now bent over on Hinata, watching her as he whispered about her health being perfect. Despite his trembling, Haruki stood up in a quiet manner. Kabuto's gaze widened as he felt a gentle tug on his back. After flipping around, he struck Haruki in the face. Why didn't you just stay where you were? As he started, Kabuto went on a journey. Emotional, how it feels to be in such a state. Kabuto perceived a sudden and uncontrollable pull in his body. He had a change in the way his chakra was located. What the? Kabuto chuckled in response to the question, Juken? Is it true that I am unable to heal such small wounds? How many times did you feel me slapping you? Haruki asked through his shirt, with blood streaming down his mouth. He smirked, weak but proud. I was the one who taught Uzumaki Naruto, and you should not underestimate my abilities. Crips again and again. Were you a good listener? Give thought to your thoughts. I had not progressed beyond the ordinary Juken. Brat, what did you do to me? Kabuto inquired, feeling helpless as he could no longer feel his chakra. During our childhood, Naruto's chakra coils were more powerful than those of a regular person, so I had to adjust my approach to better harm him during matches. According to Haruki, Kabuto was made aware of his pride. How do you imagine he could easily block Niji's Juken with ease? Your heart is wounded, betrayer. Rather than caring about his own wounds, Haruki came forward, leave me. Even if he managed to heal his broken body, the poison would still claim him as a dead man. What was the length of time between his unfortunate day and the moment when he was attacked by a poisoned kunai? He was deemed too careless after the death of his partner. It was only now that he truly regretted it. My apologies, Naruto, said the character. I wish I could have seen you grow bigger. Haruki smiled while imagining an older Naruto with a Hokage's hat, as his hand struck Kabuto's throat with his chakra. The kunai that Kabuto had pointed at Haruki was too much and it made him stop. He was oblivious to the fact that it did not penetrate his stomach. There was no sensation of pain. He experienced nothing but happiness. The act of emancipation. With a smile on his face, Haruki acknowledged the presence of Minako, whom he had affectionately grasped. She was as stunning as the first day he laid eyes on her. The familiar scent of her hair brought a sense of calm and tranquility to him, as he was comforted by her warm embrace. It had been a long time, and, "I miss you, Haruki." Upon awakening, Chie proceeded to wake her friends. She had no trouble disrupting the chakra flow from a genjutsu. She observed the remains of Glass's two-leg lying on the ground, with his hand still clutching his own throat, and a pool of blood near his mouth. Chie was filled with happiness when her attacker died, but she knew that she had to wake up her friends before other attackers could come forward. Haruki was unable to wake up. The first thing she perceived with disbelief was the unknowability of her shattered mind. With a happy smile on his face, he glanced at the wall and relaxed. The kunai, trapped in his stomach, was observed. He was unable to breathe. His eyes were not supposed to be white, as they should have been. The absence of a chakra was evident. The absence of a pulse was evident. Subsequently, she grasped the situation. For years, she had not felt anything but a small crack in her heart. Chie's final words were, "Goodbye, Haruki-san," with a tone that was both mournful and melancholic. Jiraiya rebuked her son. It was humiliating to witness that two shinobi had blocked his movement, leading Orochimaru to create a barrier that prevented him from reaching his sensei. "Sarutobi-sensei, be careful what happened to you, Snake," Jiraiya warned, knowing how deeply he was troubled by the fact that his former favorite had betrayed him, and Konoha, in such a way. After reflecting on Naruto, Jiraiya came to the realization that he could relate to Hiruzen's sentiments. If Naruto had ordered Jiraiya to fight back, would he have been able to kill? It's also surprising that Orochimaru was unable to survive when his sinister experiments were revealed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a formidable shinobi long before the incident occurred, years ago. Although he is still strong, his age has clearly diminished his strength. Orochimaru's lack of honesty in fighting caused him to feel frustrated. After ignoring two shinobi who were supposed to be candidates from Konoha but failed the second stage of the Chunin exam, Jiraiya was attacked and tried to distract him. Despite being classified as genin, they effortlessly became Chunin. Their vexing nature resulted in an increase in time waste. Chakra absorption and a snake-like body modification are present. It appears that Orochimaru has not abandoned his efforts to collect blood and experiment with creating new limits, as reflected in his shiver of satisfaction. Orochimaru was surprised by the presence of 4 of his henchmen who created a barrier. Jiraiya had to either break the barrier with a very strong attack or bypass it, as he had no time to prepare for his Sage mode. It's a complete disgrace. The ability of Naruto to see through barriers was questioned by his student, who could typically identify weaknesses in barriers just by touching them. The barrier being maintained by 4 seemingly skilled shinobi would make it an extremely challenging task to damage. The other 3 could provide assistance and rebuild the weakened side, even if one corner was damaged. "Ah, damn it, more distractions," Jiraiya said as he saw a small group of Otogakure shinobi approach. With Naruto in their hands, Shikamaru and Temari raced towards the dividing line with just enough time left. As they approached, Shikamaru began to question why he had such a big mouth, which always led to troublesome situations like these. It was a monumental achievement, especially in his books, that the girl next to him was scarier than even his mother. Mothers can be incredibly intimidating, particularly when they seem to have an unwavering presence. Shikamaru was too sluggish to make an effort to deceive others, and he knew his strategy would not be successful. Despite his father's intelligence, Shikamaru was aware that his mother was not far behind him. If not, it was evident that his father didn't have the courage to lie to her. Temari almost caused him to feel pity for the few Otogakure shinobi who had ventured too close. It was evident that the Temari had never been at the level of a typical female. She was too problematic for that. He was able to achieve good results with his Kage main no jutsu and her judo, provided he paid attention to the timing. His victims had to be released a moment before Temari's attack, or they could receive their blows, which was too challenging. With a remarkable degree of dexterity, the trio arrived at their destination. Naruto's behavior was somewhat questionable. If this was a complete invasion, there should have been additional attackers at this location. It seems like a distraction from the real world. Could it be that the unattractive individual was correct in referring to Gaara and me as the real targets? Additionally, what was Orochimaru doing within this barrier? Naruto could detect the terror emanating from him at this point. In the midst of an invasion, why did Naruto decide to isolate himself? Shikamaru and Temari exhibited greater awareness of their surroundings. The barrier was dotted with numerous corpses, each of which appeared to have Otogakure forehead protectors. Shikamaru realized that his team's ability to reach this goal with minimal opposition was due to this fact. I found it peculiar that there were no security guards in the arena when they were attacked by a large number of individuals. Can you pass this obstacle, Naruto? Shikamaru asked. Temari shook her head and said, I don't want to stay in this place for an extended time. It's not that the idiots from Hidden Sound were even remotely at risk. Naruto said, Shikamaru should stop fighting and stop complaining. He stumbled and made his way towards the barrier. The four corners of the fire were impressive, and there were 4 people standing up. Jiraiya sighed and asked, why is the flame purple? Why does it turn red? You're evidently already worn out from your previous activities. Despite your strength, Naruto shrugged and took a few steps to the left. Why did you bring him here? And why does someone from Sunagakure stand by you? Jiraiya muttered, turning to Shikamaru. He had been frustrated by the constant pesky shinobi who prevented him from successfully breaking the barrier. Temari observed the man, astonished by the magnitude of the chakra the Sannin cast upon him, and somewhat scared by his wild conduct. Shikamaru was similarly rattled, but chose to snitch from the older man's tirade. The reason we brought Naruto here was his assurance that he could break the barrier. Jiraiya inquired, do you have any plans to open it? If it was that simple, wouldn't I have done it? Shikamaru responded by stating, this barrier is just one of the many things Orochimaru has planned to do in this invasion. Naruto proposed a method to derail his plans. Naruto's voice was unmistakable, and he said, Eroro, Sannin, relax. You don't want to harm him. I can only provide a chance, so if you're willing to take the risk and see for yourself, it's worth taking. Although I still have some of the Kyuubi's chakra remaining, it is anticipated to persist for a few more days. It's fortunate that this object is based on fire, as Naruto stated with a frown. The barrier caused him to touch a purple flame on his hand, but the fire did not harm him as expected. It's much more straightforward than wasting chakras to safeguard oneself. Naruto stated that he was unaware of Orochimaru's intentions, while Jiraiya remained unmoved. It's possible that you should halt his actions. Jiraiya nodded. That would leave you vulnerable to any harm. If your chakras are completely depleted, can you reassure me that I won't be killed? The Kazekage's assassination caught Hiruzen off guard, and he was unable to stop Orochimaru from pulling him down to the nearest building. Hiruzen was trapped by 4 of Orochimaru's henchmen who had set up a barrier there. What's your plan, Orochimaru? The Hiruzen asked. I had the impression that this day would come and go, but, I can't deny you. Even as he shrugged his shoulders and put his arm around the old man's throat, Orochimaru maintained his composure. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage, had transformed into an old man, which was typical of his former sensei's bravery. I conveyed to you that I had already informed you about it. It's important to hurry and pick your replacement with care, Orochimaru softly suggested. Until he could see Orochimaru's face, Hiruzen said to himself, you are going to die here, old man. Are you feeling joyful? He asked, gesturing over to his former student. Are you still filled with sadness when attempting to kill your sensei? Asked Orochimaru. Geez, don't worry, he replied politely, wiping his tear out. I was exhausted. I yawned and there was a tear coming out, that's all I could do. Hiruzen exclaimed softly. I don't think you would have been like that. You're not a man who acts out only on emotion and seeks revenge, and you lack any specific objectives or reasons for your actions. Orochimaru muttered, maybe I have a goal. I find pleasure in observing things as they unfold. Orochimaru released Hiruzen after revealing his true identity as the Kazekage, and said that chaos is much more captivating when things are at a standstill. I understand that you were anticipating my arrival. It was easy to see that you were up to something, Hiruzen said, before removing his hat and cloak. The only question I can ask is, did you carry out the attack on Konoha as your own request or are you genuinely Akatsuki's puppet? Orochimaru looked around without hesitation. Even after more than 15 years since their last fight, he had not altered his fighting attire. It was incredibly, with fondness. Orochimaru was slightly offended by the suggestion that he was only employed by another company. He said, Akatsuki is a good tool for me now at least, Orochimaru hissed. Our objectives are currently identical, a disintegrating leaf. The passing of you would cause Konoha to fall into disarray and disrupt the bilateral pact between countries. Hiruzen's expression was one of a frown and he shrugged off his enemies. The only information available about Akatsuki was their name and that they were the most exceptional mercenary group globally. He was aware that Orochimaru would not release his secrets easily. His ex-student had always been a firm believer in keeping secrets. Despite Orochimaru's statement about the chaos, Akatsuki was undoubtedly not interested in it. It seems like I won't be able to get away easily either. Orochimaru exclaimed. You're not interested in being troubled, would you? Certainly not, Hiruzen said with a smile. Despite feeling his age, he would not have to be too anxious when confronted with someone like Orochimaru. Furthermore, barriers such as these should be unable to deter Jiraiya for an extended period. Orochimaru was left in a state of amusement. Orochimaru prevented or countered all of the attacks made by the professor. Orochimaru had been longing to exhibit his significant growth to his former sensei. Orochimaru had not forgotten that he had been lucky to avoid punishment during his last encounter with Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had to acknowledge that the old man could have hit him if he were younger, as remarked. Even though the old man's speed and chakra reserves had dwindled, it didn't stop him from being a threat. Besides, he had been Orochimaru's mentor for years when it came to teaching jutsus. The time for play was cut short. By now, the reinforcements from Sunagakure would have reached Konoha's walls, which were supposed to be breached by the snake summon en route from Otagakure. Despite the Kyuubi brat's efforts to avoid another distraction from his plans, external pressure should be enough for Kabuto and Sasori to collect the Dojutsu that Orochimaru so desperately wanted. With his unintelligent pursuit of peace, this man would remain a hindrance to Akatsuki's objectives. It's a good thing his likely successor would be more willing to bring some tension to their world. Orochimaru was aware that he should no longer engage in his playing style. You're done, soothsayer, he whispered, while his hands were tied in succession with a rapid succession of hand seals. Edo Tensei no Jutsu. Hiruzen shouted in shock and horror as two coffins were lifted up, revealing his predecessors. Hiruzen Sensei, the second Hokage, had only recently demonstrated the technique to him. The majority of people are not included in this group. It was necessary for him to bring those two out. It's been a while, monkey, the latter questioned. Are you Sarutobi? He asked the monkey. I never thought I would meet you two brothers again in a situation like this, Hiruzen exclaimed, his face now completely serious. Despite being far from the second's jutsu, Orochimaru had successfully replicated this technique. It was offensive that he had used it to defile the legendary Shodame and Nidality Hokages. The second surveyed the surroundings. You're the one who presented us with the ungrateful jutsu I created, right? It's quite impressive, even if you have little control over it. The first sighed. Saru, I suppose we must fight your way. Despite Hiruzen's inability to understand the situation, both of the previous Kages were unable to move. Orochimaru was able to approach them and place a kunai with Hokage in their heads. Orochimaru utilized a series of hand seals to amplify the power of his summons and enhance their real-world appearance. Hiruzen recognized that the jutsu had a significant impact on the pale shinobi. He is unable to take advantage of that vulnerability. The two individuals are not one and the same. You look at their true forms, sensei? Orochimaru asked. Hiruzen's face was met with a grimace. They bear a striking resemblance to the appearance of days gone by. Despite this, they are still far from the genuine individuals I was acquainted with. Orochimaru quipped, maybe they're not as good as you think. They are capable of defeating you, old man, but I am unable to control them. The sight of the sensei's gaze only served to make Orochimaru laugh. Jiraiya had a glimpse of what had occurred inside, but only in the slightest because the burning barrier had mostly obscured his vision. After entering, Naruto had already used up his last chakra reserves by creating a gap that allowed Jiraiya to slip inside. With the help of Gamaken, Jiraiya was pleased that the child would be transported to a secure location. Due to his familiar face, Jiraiya believed it would be prudent not to hold back. He didn't find his sage mode appealing, as he had the shoulders of both the elder toads and his body underwent changes, but emphasized that reliance on their strength was essential. He never imagined he would encounter a person wielding wood element. Jiraiya began, "How are you?" before he saw his sensei return, now with Enma, the Monkey King, who was the old man's personal summons. He spotted the individual who had forced the Hokage to retreat. Jiraiya uttered, "Unthinkable." Orochimaru grimaced. He had felt a sense of distress when something interrupted the barrier, but he had not foreseen his former teammate's arrival so soon. Despite Orochimaru's belief that his old teammate was capable of wielding strength, how did he manage to become so powerful? He was aware that the modes of wisdom taught by the snakes and the toads were not identical. The difference in the results was so significant that Orochimaru found it challenging. Jiraiya is currently being contested by both the first and second forces, who lack the necessary strength to do so. It's not a one-on-one situation, even though I can't bring them back with their full capabilities. I would not be able to control them properly if I made them weaker, and I don't want them to become hostile towards me. What led to this outcome? I believe that Jiraiya would have been compelled to protect Konoha, leaving the old man behind. Nevertheless, he has managed to surpass the barrier. In the event that he successfully knocks down either of the two Kages. Besides Sarutobi-sensei, there's also the other person. It appeared that things were not going as expected. Senju Hashirama was not the type of censor that his younger brother had. He was also occupied with resisting Orochimaru's authority as much as possible, which could have been the cause. Jiraiya was able to catch the legendary shinobi's attention without warning, and his Rasengan proved to be a major blow to the former Hokage. Jiraiya yelled out, "Sensei!" Spoiler alert, what's happening here? Shima, the female elder toad, exclaimed. Despite being much smaller than Gamakichi, she and her husband Fukasaku had an enormous power. Their wisdom, acquired through years of experience, was invaluable. "Ma is correct," Fukasaku said, gesturing over Jiraiya's shoulder. Shima was left confused as to whether the first and second Hokages were responsible for making the summon indestructible. Fukasaku casually said, "Jiraiya-chan, I'd rather seal him out." Jiraiya observed that the body of the first Hokage was already regenerating. His method of sealing was swift enough to ensnare the legendary man. If he hadn't caught him off guard, Jiraiya was aware that his battle against the man would have been challenging. His Mokuton was a legendary figure, and for good reason. He was unable to appreciate the wooden wilderness that the first Hokage had established inside the barrier, as he witnessed the third Hokage being driven away by the second Hokkaido. Orochimaru gnawed his lips. Although he was aware that his control of the Edo Tensei summons was still not perfect, the fact that the first Hokage refused to comply with Jiraiya's orders could lead to a serious miscalculation. The situation was dire at the moment. He was informed by a guard that something terrible occurred at the arena. The situation was not as expected. Not in any way. What's the next step? The Edo Tensei no Jutsu requires more chakra, which puts me at a disadvantage. Nidame's defeat is inevitable when Jiraiya and Sarutobi senseis attack him. Now that Jiraiya is here, I don't think I can put up with him. The amount of chakra I have remaining is not a significant factor in my current situation. Orochimaru's head shook in frustration. He should have done better sooner rather than later, not having moved to a new body. But then again, this had been a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The current body was already nearing its end of usefulness. At most, it would endure for another 6 months. It may be slightly more, as Kabuto takes care of it. The denial had already commenced. As he sighed, Orochimaru looked on. I successfully ensnared Sasuke-kun, at least. With Kabuto grabbing the Byakugan, I have everything I require. I had no other choice but to put an end to the old goat's life. Despite my sadness at being unable to properly humiliate him, I must now concentrate on escaping without inflicting harm. Orochimaru retrieved his knife. The sword of Kusanagi was infused with the most lethal poisons he had at his disposal. With its ability to extend and retract its blade upon request, this legendary sword was a highly practical tool in the present day. Orochimaru instructed his 4 guards to observe closely and clear the wall he was in charge of. He simply needed to allow the Nidame to ensure that Hiruzen stood still for a moment. Senju Tobirama evaded Enma, the monkey god, and charged towards his former pupil. Sarai, keep going, he shouted, defying his master's will. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, but was pushed hard by pressure. He had been pondering whether it was necessary to utilize his ace, which is the only technique Orochimaru would be unaware of and could still use to subdue all 3 of Hiruzen's attackers. Jiraiya's intervention was a response to the situation. It was not an easy task to shake off the second Hokage, even if he had access to his full power and abilities. For an elderly and exhausted individual like himself, Hiruzen is not a suitable choice. Tobirama spewed a needle-wielding jet of water, screaming, Suidanya, at Hiruzen. Hiruzen was compelled to dodge the bullet and then leapt to the left. And smashed into a tree's ground. The second Hokage exploited the distraction to grab the third, while Enma and Jiraiya charged at them. However, it was too late for either of them to make a breakthrough. Kusanagi's sword had already penetrated the trees with its extended blade. The second Hokage was penetrated by it. Afterwards. And the third and he most. The subsequent confusion was used by Orochimaru and his 4 guards as a cover-up, as they ran across the rooftops of Konoha after successfully lowering their barrier. The Snake Summoner was unaware of the damage inflicted on Konoha by his troops and Tsunagekyu's forces. He was greatly disappointed by it. He had no reservations about Konoha's fate, even though his ex-teammate Tsunade and his Mizukage had unexpectedly arrived. These 2 individuals were not anticipated to participate in the fights during their preparations, but still managed to do so. The walls were meant to be surpassed. The Tsunagekure Shinobi should have joined forces with Otogakure's troops and caused more damage to Konoha than Orochimaru could manage. Naturally, their plan had also involved a fierce bijou in the heart of the community. The defeat of Sabaku no Gaara by Uzumaki Naruto was a source of great disappointment for Orochimaru due to the irritating Jinchuriki from Konoha. Orochimaru's expectations for the day were not entirely fulfilled, but his poisoned knife managed to pierce Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru was aware that his sensei's death would likely result in greater chaos than this particular invasion. He had to make his way to the rendezvous point before proceeding to see how Sasori and Kabuto had managed their tasks. Jiraiya took hold of his wounded sensei and stopped him from falling as the blade retracted. The second Hokage, who had just returned from his traumatic experience, panted and said, "I am sorry." Introduction to the human experience is a must. The blade's course was changed by me, and Jiraiya observed as his body fell apart. The jutsu is lifted up and served. My sibling and I are a group. Senju Tobirama declared that peace will be restored after his death. Our summoner will be a danger, so search for him carefully. But at the same time Saru will die due to poisoning of the blade. Shima said, as the former Hokage had passed away again, leaving behind the remains of an Umbu who had disappeared during the second round of exams. Jiraiya-chan, she suggested to him. Fukasaku and his wife agreed that if they were quick, the Hokage's life could be prolonged. Jiraiya ceased his intelligent behavior, and the two toads dispersed from his shoulders. Fukasaku-sama, please hurry up and bring Tsunade to the hospital. The arrival of Orochimaru and his 4 guards at the rendezvous point was a surprise, as they were the first to arrive before the gates. Orochimaru-sama, was the response of one of the 4, as they observed their leader's expression. A tornado of blue flames roared through the arena during the invasion. It is unclear who or what was responsible for this, but it had more chakra than the Ichibi. A great deal more. The Nibi. Yujito disobeyed her orders and bit his teeth. Sasori would have been deprived of his opportunity. He disregarded the sleeper agents of his favorite by expelling an excessive amount of chakra. Moreover, that animal would have been immune to his poisons. There was a reason as to why she was considered the second strongest Jinchuriki. At least for a period of time. If the Uzumaki brat persists in its development, do you have any information on Kabuto? He asked. We have not encountered him, my friend, and his task should have brought him to this place. Orochimaru's gaze caused the 4 to pause in fear. Kabuto, you were the only one among my servants that could not be converted into slave form, Orochimaru contemplated. With your expertise, you should have easily taken the girl and fled from Konoha. The only reason you would be late is if someone strong held you up. The seats arranged for the girl were not in line with the strongest Jonin or her family, which would make sense. Unless we were lured into a trap, could it be that Kabuto was sent to the wrong place because there were no guards worth keeping an eye on him? I doubt his patriotism towards his former spy. Instead of focusing on small-scale emotions, he would have prioritized his own priorities. Ultimately, it was only in his best interests to do so. It's conceivable that there was another Jonin in the vicinity. Kabuto is unlikely to face opposition from many individuals, and the invasion would increase his chances. The village is so crazed that even though Sasori died and Kabuto couldn't escape from the arena, we can only assume that he was still alive. What a disappointment, Orochimaru exclaimed, hissing. Our next stop will be our nearest encampment. Our failure would not be welcomed by our leader. It would be more appropriate to end my association with Akatsuki before he becomes aware of it. Moreover, I don't think that I require them anymore. I have acquired all the necessary information to serve my purpose. All the information they would be willing to disclose. Tsunade's expression was reserved for the role of enticing Sasuke-kun into his story, as she expressed her concern. Although I have stabilized his situation, Shizune is currently working on an antidote, but I am highly uncertain about our ability to achieve significant progress. Has the poison spread been rapid enough, as it was discovered in Orochimaru? Both of us knows of his interest in poisons, she sighed. In the absence of any action to stop the poison, I could keep the sensei alive for a few days at most. Jiraiya grimaced, but had already readied himself for the worst-case scenario. Suddenly, something came to his mind. Tsunade pondered the possibility of using poison when he encountered Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. It was possible that Naruto had developed a certain level of opposition to that poison, even if it wasn't the exact same type. I will make an effort to achieve it. He is only 2 rooms away from here, and we're fortunate. I acknowledge that I am aware of this. Gamaken, Shikamaru, and Sand Girl were brought by me. Jiraiya, I understand you're not interested in it, but for the time being, you should be leading Konoha. I'll take care of the sensei. Jiraiya remarked, wow, what did that mean? The village is in a state of turmoil, with the injured still being brought into the area, and we have already confirmed that there are at least 200 people dead. Tsunade sighed, acknowledging that the number will increase. Replace the sensei, even if for a brief period. Before the clan leaders start to mess things up and, even more dangerous, Danzo takes over as Konoha's leader. Jiraiya rubbed his forehead. Okay, I'll do it this day. The Mizukage was escorting his brother from Sunagakure to say hello to you as well. Jiraiya had already departed in a hurry. He had a significant amount of work to do at this point. Upon reaching home, Sakura was heard shouting, "Dad, you're so sick." Kakashi and other jonin had closed the infirmary at the arena, leaving her to protect the wounded and medical personnel. The invaders failed to make progress. She yelled out, "I'm at home," and quickly made her way to the living room. She had been feeling unwell due to her parents, but had not returned home earlier. The invasion had ended 2 hours prior, and the Otonin troops retreated after Orochimaru fled, but they were unable to gather reinforcements from Sunagakure. Sakura proceeded to the kitchen and eventually encountered her father. "Why didn't you say anything, Dad?" Sakura inquired. When he slowly turned to her, she couldn't help but feel worried and asked, "Dad?" He had a confused demeanor and red eyes. Sakura trembled, subduing her desire to escape. "I can't accept this," she remarked, before her father spoke. His voice was raspy as he recounted that they were returning home when the invasion began, and that a massive serpent had been ambling through the streets. When Sakura's father broke her heart, it was as if the ground beneath her feet fell away. Her mother's demise was unknown. He stood on the beach and observed the crimson tide. The sun's emergence signaled the start of a new day after an intense night. Despite the weight of time's challenges, the sun returned and disregarded the darkness it had cast. He perceived whispers, but did not witness anyone else. Was his sanity up there? He observed the starry skies, which would soon be replaced by the warmth of the sun, and pondered about where he was. The sun's rising cast a shadow as he looked down. He wished to experience freedom and indeterminacy, but felt bound to the earth. He was constantly trailed by shadows, encroaching on him like his own demise. He came to the understanding that he could only see the shadows as the sun began to rise. He had already been residing in the shadows. Shadows were formed by the presence of light. Hope resulted in suffering. Love was not interchangeable with hate. He had been longing to experience the warmth of the sun and wanted to escape. The light was his favorite, but he was afraid of the shadows it cast. "Choose," a voice whispered. He surveyed the area. The crimson tide and the darkness of night are present on one side. He was in the center, contemplating what he desired to witness. His eyes were always searching for light, but the darkness was causing him to fear it. What was going on? "Choice," she whispered. What kind of person was he? Where was his whereabouts? Who was present in his thoughts? He saw doves and birds, as well as grass and trees. It dawned on him that he had been wandering in the dead of night, without any knowledge of what was going on around him. He said to himself, "Choose." As the sun rose and illuminated his surroundings, what became more specific? Was he opting for the joy and light of life, or the sorrow and loss that was associated with death and impending oblivion? "It's time," the voice whispered. He acknowledged that he had to make his own decision. The sun's gradual fading and lack of energy left his heart cold and melancholic, leaving him with little memory from the night. He chose, even if it meant suffering. He would endure the pain, regardless of its severity. He would live forever. He turned around and walked towards the beach, feeling the cold, damp sand beneath his feet. "I chose," he whispered to the sound of his voice. Despite the whispering sound, he could sense its approval. In his hospital bed, Naruto woke up and began bathing in his own sweat. He was left confused as it remained dark throughout the night. Where was he? What were these objects attached to him? Vaguely remembering a nightmare in which Naruto felt his right hand thumping. A nurse rushed to help him. "Uzumaki-san, are you okay?" she inquired. Naruto was still in shock and didn't realize what she had asked him until a short while later. "Yes, of course. Yes, I did. I opted for it," the nurse inquired, uncertain whether he was truly awake or having a fever. "Uzumaki-san, sleep is what you need. It's necessary to recover." Naruto recognized that he was sitting up and down before dropping back to his bed and blinking. Before the nurse could properly pull him in, he was already sleeping. The question arose in her mind, was whether this boy was the terrifying monster that some people believed he was. Jiraiya was granted additional rest after several days of discussions, hearings, and orders. Due to its central location in the village and ample resources, he had only temporarily taken up residence in his sensei's office. Sitting in a chair that wasn't his preferred choice was unappealing to him. These past few days were a total mess. The official count indicated that there were 683 civilians and 239 shinobi victims. The number of injured individuals was no less than 8,000, with around 500 of them being seriously hurt. Despite the absence of reports, Konoha was dealt a severe blow that was easy to conclude. The preparations for the attack, which they had anticipated, were almost disrupted by the sudden turn of many shinobi. The Akatsuki member's death led to the restoration of self-restraint, which was fortunate as the conflicts were resolved promptly. Many virtuous individuals had already perished due to the actions of their fellow citizens. Jiraiya determined that the Hokage's fatal injury was the most significant problem. Jiraiya had to spend a significant amount of time convincing people that Hiruzen was still alive, while Shimura Danzo and the Elder Council Elder insisted on swift retribution against Tsunagakure. In the midst of intense emotions, many individuals concurred with him. Jiraiya managed to persuade them to stop being foolish and concentrate on fixing the village. It was impossible to strike when their defenses were so weak. In any case, when Jiraiya asked her location in council during the invasion, Danzo refused to answer. As Jiraiya had intended, the question and Danzo's refusal to respond did not go unnoticed among those present. Danzo and his division of Umbu, also known as Root, were supposed to be effective assets, but they chose not to participate in the battle while the invading army killed Konoha people. Although Danzo had temporarily halted, Jiraiya was aware that he would be back in time for the next council meeting. It's probable that the other two elders would be just as problematic. Due to his lack of patience, Jiraiya always refused an official position in Konoha despite the risk of losing his life. It is a fact that political strategies could potentially save thousands of lives. Regrettably enough, Jiraiya felt threatened by it and groped in distress. It was fortunate that not all circumstances were negative. The Mizukage was hailed as a hero in Konoha for her role in the invasion. Jiraiya had conversed with Baki, the Jonin commander of Tsunagakure who had become the most powerful figure in their village, for an extended period. The demise of Akatsuki's member resulted in many clarifications. The Sasori, who was the infamous figure of the Red Sands, was made famous by Baki. He explained that people were scared of him because of his ability to control people with puppets and even use a sword in martial arts. Baki acknowledged that he and other Jonin believed the Kazekage's behavior was unusual, even though it seemed like a convenient statement. Given the poor relations between Iwagakure and Tsunagakure, declaring war on Konohagakure would have put its own reputation in jeopardy. In response, Baki offered to lead his troops in a full-scale retreat after offering an apology on behalf of Tsunagakure. Moreover, he had offered to modify certain aspects of the current peace agreement between Konoha's countries, which was particularly attractive given the importance of trade. Baki's offer was a significant one, as Jiraiya knew that Tsunagakure was not financially capable of repaying Konoha in any other way. Jiraiya had given his approval for now, but he mentioned that the Hokage and the council must approve it first. As a result, he had directed Baki to remove all Suna shinobi from the fire-ravaged land. Even though their children were taken from them, the Kazekage would remain in Konoha as hostages, and the latter's body, which was particularly interesting due to its bloodline, would stay there for a while. Jiraiya looked back and smiled at Baki's reluctant agreement, recognizing his lack of desire to abandon his students. Especially because it meant that Tsunagakure would lose control of its Jinchuriki for a while. Despite his incompetence, Baki acknowledged that he had no other option but to accept the terms. Konohagakure was justified in stating that the invasion was a form of betrayal and declared war on it. The Mizukage concurred with this view, stating that carrying out the invasion while she was present was also considered an act of aggression against Kirigakure. Baki was hesitant to accept the possibility of his village having to engage in combat with two other nations, while Iwagakure was undoubtedly willing to take advantage of the situation. If Tsunagakure had not been forgiven for his invasion attempt, Sasori would have put him in a precarious position. In spite of this, Jiraiya was not a fan of politics. His temporary burden was eased by a positive news that brought him at least one good news. By using Naruto's blood and the resistance he had developed against Orochimaru poison, Tsunade was able to create an antidote for Hiruzen. She had cured him by using this. The healing process was probably too extreme, as Sarutobi Hiruzen had already been sealed off, but he could have spent several weeks in relatively good health before the poison would take his life. The poisoning that hit Hiruzen's old body in the past few days had a lasting impact that was impossible to reverse. Looking back at his former teammate's expression, Jiraiya frowned. He thought Tsunade would blame herself for another person's death. She had always been a constant force, demanding more than she could handle. Jiraiya believed that her grandfather's shadow had made such high self-priority expectations inevitable. Due to identical expectations, a large number of her family members passed away unintentionally. Hiruzen accepted his fate, Jiraiya believed. Despite knowing that his time was limited, the elderly man was able to nominate an heir before his death, which prevented significant conflicts in their village. Despite not being the most dignified death to date, the man's statement conveyed that he still had his duty of serving and fulfilling his obligation. Jiraiya was cognizant of his old teacher's emphasis on performance rather than accomplishment. Once the matter was settled, Jiraiya could depart and continue training Naruto, especially since the young lad had taken on a new social position. The last item on Jiraiya's books that was considered good was that initially, there was a crowd of protesters in front of the hospital, demanding that Naruto be locked up, banished, or killed. Nonetheless, there were individuals who voiced their objection to the entirety of this. Despite knowing that the situation could escalate, Jiraiya intervened to prevent Tsunade from losing her temper and the group naturally disintegrated. In the end, rumors started to circulate that Naruto saved Konoha. Jiraiya was intrigued by the potential outcomes of this. Jiraiya pondered the possibility that the people of Konoha would forget their misjudgment against Naruto. Naruto had brilliantly demonstrated that he could manipulate the Kyuubi's chakra, after all. It was surprising that he had control over the monster, and not the other way around. Jiraiya's words caused them to nod in agreement, as they pondered the potential for harm that Ichibi could have done to Konoha if Naruto had not intervened and prevented the Bijou attack. The fourth seal on Naruto caused Jiraiya to express his concern, but not by word. The seal's strength would not be affected by forcing large amounts of chakra through it, to say the least. Jiraiya was given another good news as she walked through the hospital 2 days later. Upon entering the boy's room, he smiled broadly and said, "Good morning, Naruto." The boy had finally regained consciousness after his injuries. Although not typical injuries, he had almost depleted his chakra and was in a bizarre coma afterward. Tsunade was unable to comprehend why he had not woken up earlier. Naruto answered, "Good morning, Ero Sennin." The boy's good looks were welcomed by Jiraiya. Significantly better than when he had come close to death on his mission before the exams. "How's your mood?" asked Naruto. "Very good, right?" Jiraiya was slightly disturbed by his contemplative expression. "It seems like I was out of touch for some time now." The Toad Sage expressed his satisfaction by saying, "It's been 5 days since you last saw me, kid. I advised you to exercise caution when approaching that bulwark. Was the invasion successful?" No one was willing to explain how it ended. "Thanks to your efforts, the Hokage has survived and is still alive." When Jiraiya said that, Naruto's eyes were on point. The term "still" had not been disregarded by him. "According to Tsunade, we have a few weeks remaining," Jiraiya sighed. "Undoubtedly, this is a matter of the highest order and confidential. There are only a few people who know about this. Given that your blood prolonged the old man's life, I thought you were deserving of it. Orochimaru fell down after using his poison to kill you. Can you enlighten me on this? Just so you know." Naruto's expression was one of grimace. "Konoha has been dealt a significant setback," he whispered. "What is the status of Ji-san? Is he in the hospital? How are the others doing?" "His weakness is insignificant, but his ability to do things well provided he takes it easy. The poison has been absorbed into his body, and there is no hope of stopping it. He was relocated to his office with all the necessary medical equipment. The rest of your team will have a later visit. They were fine except for some minor injuries. They'll provide you with additional information about the invasion." Jiraiya bled with sadness. He was unaware of how the news of Haruki's death came about, and he chose to comply with the request of Ako, the daughter of Hyuga, who wanted to inform Naruto herself. Jiraiya felt compelled to warn Naruto at least once. Jiraiya sighed and acknowledged the tragic events of Naruto, acknowledging that many people have died and sustained injuries. "As a result, you are now considered the hero who saved the one-tailed Bijou. They must be just as appreciative as they are anxious, but it's a departure from the previous scenario. Personally, I want to acknowledge and thank you for your contributions. The situation would have been much worse if Gaara had been unleashed on Konoha. Can you tell me how he and Yujito are faring? Yujito took the life of the person from Akatsuki who assaulted you and Gaara. Gaara and his siblings are currently in custody, but I have made arrangements for us to see him whenever possible. I only had a formal examination to verify his seal, but I concur that you did an excellent job on it." Jiraiya smiled and acknowledged that his student had made such a significant impact, but there were still some weaknesses to be found. Jiraiya was the one who made the error, not Naruto, as he didn't acknowledge it. "Hardly," was how Naruto responded with laughter. "I have no problem talking to him, but we both have a similar outlook on life and may be related." Jiraiya shook his head and stood up from the seat he had been sitting on. "You get something to eat first. Kurenai and the others will be arriving in just an hour's time. We will discuss Gaara's seal at a later time." Naruto was concerned about the man's troubled expression as he watched his unofficial teacher leave. The feeling of wrongness that Naruto had been experiencing since waking up was perfectly matched. It's evident that something is amiss. Naruto's expression was, but what? After sleeping for an hour or more, Naruto's team visited him after a hospital session where he had lost track of his movements and was tired. His team and Ako, who appeared extremely uncomfortable and sad, were in attendance. Naruto's expression was one of grumbling. Naruto discovered that Ako had also been acting strangely before, and now he is missing Haruki. The girl seemed to be hesitant to leave when Ako asked for something, but Kurenai comforted her by placing a hand on her shoulder. The Jonin began. "Naruto, we're sorry to hear that, but the invasion was heard," her soft voice rasping with an odd trembling. "Hinata was taken away by someone during the exam." Naruto's expression was one of grimace. Chia jumped onto his bed and said, "He's fine, Two-Leg, don't worry about him." He was a bit uneasy about the cat's sound. Despite her usual bravado, she did not display any signs of self-importance. Haruki's actions led to his death. Ako snorted and attempted to keep her tears at bay. Upon hearing about the incident, Naruto was left feeling frozen as Haruki was injured. It was apparent to Hinata that she had no choice but to run and seek refuge with the boy, as she couldn't resist feeling more appalled. Naruto's appearance was now fragile and lonesome. Despite Haruki's request for her help whenever possible, she is currently standing by him. She was clueless about how to assist him. What words could she say to ease his pain after losing the man who raised him so severely? Naruto paused briefly before saying something because he didn't believe in himself, then proceeded to speak again. "No, not one of you," he declared with a shiver. "You should not blame yourself for anything you're doing." He took a whiff of the other's looks and swallowed them. "Haruki disclosed to me that he was in his final stages of life, having been poisoned and his body was becoming increasingly weaker. I am aware that this man would never hold anyone accountable for his death." Naruto's determination was apparent, as he said that neither of them would believe him. "You know what, I'm not sure how to say it." He was frustrated because he had become so feeble, but now a desire for an honorable death exists. Despite being in tears, Ako was able to calm down and say, "What?" With a smile on his face, Naruto said softly, "You didn't know what to do, Ako, because you never wanted to hear that." Even though she was several years older than him, he knew that she had a dislike for such things. He had no choice but to face the cold facts, while she was too gentle. His burden prevented him from doing anything else. Haruki comprehended him, and Naruto realized that the man's illness was a similar burden. It was impossible to escape from either. "The interment," Kurenai declared. "We opted for a slightly delayed burial to allow you to be present at the funeral. The number of casualties made it a simple task to coordinate." Naruto expressed his gratitude by blinking and bending his head to hold back tears. "I appreciate you telling me how it went. Thank you very much." While scanning her pack, Ako hesitated and said, "Naruto. This is left by Haruki, with the understanding that it is for you, should he ever die. It's my opinion that you would find it interesting to read." She provided a letter that was sealed. After agreeing to hand over the letter, the company departed as agreed. Naruto was aware that he would have to wait for this to be accepted. Hinata was aware that despite not being dishonest, he still concealed his true feelings. She had a strong urge to talk with him about Haruki, his actions over time, and why he behaved as her guard. Nevertheless, she was aware that she had to wait. He required time to recuperate. She couldn't fathom the feeling of losing someone who was close to her. She was accurate in her assessment. The death of Haruki was more distressing to Naruto than anything he had ever encountered, regardless of his knowledge. The act of losing someone close to oneself was more distressing than loneliness, worse than being despised. "Naruto, I merely requested that Ako keep this letter for himself to be delivered to you after my death. Please pray that the seal remains intact, or else I would urge you to be cautious as secrets could be leaked and many individuals could face danger. I have penned this story to cover the possibility of my untimely death before I could share it with you, as there is something that I am too scared to discuss. To ensure your comprehension of my story, I will first introduce you to our clan." The Hyuga clan was a wandering group like many others, even before the established system of hidden villages and the founding of Konoha. The clans that we have become allies had been our adversaries in the past, as they benefited from our financial gains from fighting against them. According to historical records, the era was marked by disorder and unending conflict. During the chaos, the Hyuga clan attempted to protect their secrets by any means necessary. The constant threat of other clans pursuing our Byakugan necessitated the use of a sealing method that would render the theft of our eyes superfluous. The Hyuga's Juinjutsu was the result of this. The primary goal of this seal was to seal the Byakugan after the death of a clan member, in order to prevent any potential threats from entering their clan's secrets. Every member, from its top leader to its lowest servant, was given a seal. It has become a curse as time has passed, as you are aware. The primary family maintains that it was always part of our group, but this has been a falsehood. The main house's supposed superiority is a deception, just like any other. Prior to joining Konoha, our clan experienced internal conflict that resulted in the creation of the cursed seal. Our family has always been a source of pride. The Hyuga clan's history is said to date back to the times when Shinobi first emerged. The Senju and Uchiha, like our allies, are among the world's oldest clans. The rivalry between the two clans had caused significant harm, while the Hyuga clan remained mostly unharmed. Its strength, in terms of both quantity and quality, surpassed that of most other clans. According to a clan history that is not widely known, the leader of the Hyuga clan declined to join Konoha and instead sought to establish his own hidden village. However, some members of the clan benefited from the alliance, particularly because of Hokage power and the danger posed by new villages that emerged after taking Konohagakure as an example. The desire for power was not the only thing that mattered, as there was a strong need for wealth. Among the beneficiaries of the alliance was the clan leader's youngest son. It is widely believed by historians that the majority of the leading family perished due to an accident, but it is difficult to determine who was most advantaged by their deaths, with the youngest son being the only one left. Many individuals disregarded his untruthfulness and attempted to defect. Nevertheless, he and his successors deceived the defectors. In order to maintain his power, the clan leader altered the protective seal into the cursed seal. The main family, which was made up of those who followed him and were bribed with his promises of wealth and power, managed to avoid our curse. Those who attempted to leave the clan or were not trusted became the branch family. Adjudicants. The truth is not in the history books anymore, and only a few people are now aware of it. Those who do remain silent or disappear from their conversations. The main house will never allow Konoha to know the truth, as it would undermine their power and credibility. Their self-esteem and image would be shattered. They would never let anyone know how much money they had stolen from the branch. The primary gain was property, but as time passed, the main house's oppression, which only drew some members of the clan, increased. As time went on, people lost not only their possessions but also their rights. The branch's members were reduced to being slaves after losing their liberty one after the other. The governing class strived to defend their positions, getting rid of those who could pose a threat to theirs. The cursed seal is bestowed upon clan leaders' siblings due to this reason. The seal that is kept in captivity is also referred to as or. Greed and abuse by the main house led to a great deal of animosity within the branch. As a child, I was also subjected to this pattern. The act of hatred and defiance towards the branch resulted in a cycle that intensified the suppression from the primary family. My situation took a turn for the worse when I met the women I loved. Like me, Minako was a member of the branch family. We were initially hesitant to marry because a member of our family was interested in having her as his spouse. We were in love, but our attraction turned her against the man. As a result, my father was younger than his grandfather at the time, and I was the grandson of the previous clan leader. Our marriage was approved. The most significant disappointment in my life was the loss of Minako before we could legally marry. The Hokage had sent her and her team on a mission days before the ceremony. That day, she and her teammate passed on. As with most things, the evidence could never be found, but I was aware that it wasn't a coincidence. While searching for the truth, I came across some indications of Minako's death in my research. My sorrow caused me to become mad and reckless, leading me into a trap. I was assaulted by men in the shape of Umbu who were from our very own village. Even though I killed them, they were able to poison me. The primary family has a significant influence on the political structure in Konoha, and was capable of concealing the evidence of this assault. According to official sources, the attack was an attempt by foreign shinobi to capture the Byakugan. Nonetheless, I was not the only one. My cousin, who had recently tied the knot with the eldest son of the clan leader, expressed her suspicions about the main family's numerous offenses. I had no concerns, so I shared my story with her and subsequently worked together to uncover the secrets hidden by those in power. The Hyuga clan's actual history that I shared with you is one of our results. When the clan leader resigned and was replaced by Hayashi, I succeeded in seeking revenge against my wife. I was able to avoid the consequences of my actions with the help of the woman who had become the second most powerful member of our family. Despite my hatred towards him, Hitomi implored me to put it behind me. She made me realize that the hatred that threatened to devour me, as most of the branch, only led to more misery and death. My desire for revenge would never be satisfied. Subsequently, she and I covertly attempted to elevate the status of the institution. Our intention was to enhance the system for our clan. The branch needs to understand that the hatred was as much a prison as our cursed seal. At that time, Hitomi invited you to join our clan and agreed to have me as his guardian if you wished to remain with us. Within the village, she experienced the same mistreatment as the branch family did. Our aim was to present you with a positive model of how individuals can and should behave. Therefore, I pray that you refrain from feeling any anger or hatred if my death was caused by questionable circumstances. I am confident in you, Naruto. I am certain that you will assist Hitomi-sama in her mission to recover the Hyuga. Although I never wanted you to join me in this clandestine battle, your role as a protector of Hinata-sama was inevitable due to the fact that many members of the main family would rather see her dead than let her take over the clan. Her compassion is what leads to a better future. Despite our desire to have a son, Minako and I were let down by fate. Naruto, I am honored to have been a part of your life. Although we are not related by blood, you have always been the son of my non-parental mother. It brings me great pride to see you face the village's hatred and yet still remain a good person, despite the weight of your circumstances. If I could make one last wish, it is for you to never give in to hatred. I am aware that you played a role in the disappearances within our clan, and I appreciate your willingness to use your power to safeguard those whose lives are jeopardized by greed and animosity towards them. I pray that you will never be swept away by the burdens of the Hyuga clan. I am aware of the temptation to continue seeking revenge that you can never attain. You surpass that level of excellence. Your strength and skill are indisputable. Naruto, it's important to remember that dreaming about the future is a positive experience and you must not forget that you are living in the present moment. Too many people have become fixated on their pasts. A large number of people have become consumed with their regretful thoughts. The hope for a better future has been lost by many. It would have been great to see you achieve your dream, and I regret not being able to assist you in greater ways. Please don't be too harsh on me. I have come to terms with my destiny long ago. I knew that my death was imminent, and I long for the chance to see Minako again in heaven. I hope that your life is going to be blessed and full of good times. I am confident that you will always do the right thing. I am aware that you will continue to make me proud. You will be the most exceptional Hokage the world has ever witnessed. Good luck, Hyuga Haruki. Finally, Naruto broke down in tears while alone in his hospital room. Without any control, he shed tears like a child for the first time in many years about losing the man who had been his closest companion. Ugh, please. Kyubi expressed in Naruto's head, I'm fed up with this, as if to confess. Naruto experienced a sudden shift in his consciousness after feeling pulled inward, and then saw the demon himself. Naruto's expression was, what? Your games are causing me no desire to play anymore. I'm not in the right place at the moment. TSK. The fox grumbled that the thank you for your chakra attitude was completely unenforceable. I desire for you to cease your sulking around. This is getting on the nerves of annoyance for hours. Naruto shrugged and looked away in his mind's eye. You're really surprised that the clan you resided in was so unhygienic. You believe you killed their members to make them look as savage as any other human, regardless of their arrogant behavior. Do you need to know that the more depraved creatures attempt to appear flawless, the greater the atrocities they have committed? Naruto, even though he said that when you wrote that. Shut up. If you only care about yourself, then who is genuinely concerned? I wish I could be that way, but I'm not. Naruto responded to the question with a tearful expression. I was aware that there was a problem with the Hyuga, but I couldn't fix it yet. The words spoken by Haruki in his last words were more profound than what I had anticipated. Did you think humans were truly good people? I've observed this behavior repeatedly over the centuries. Those who are greedy, gluttonous, selfish, unprincipled, furious, jealous, aroused, or lustful are always in control of human psychology. According to Naruto, there are individuals who perform good deeds, but not everyone. I'm imagining it might be, but it is always a small number. Take a closer look at what this Haruki became. He had become enraged before he was finally shown the extent of his mistake. We all have faults, and Naruto's expression caused a frown. You are correct in that you have a valid argument. This is a small group of individuals who can do good. If you are guided in the right direction, it's important to not underestimate the potential of humans to do good, but rather focus on their negative side. Ugh, no. The Kyubi screamed, what's going to happen this time? Is it your unintelligent aspiration to become Hokage again? Naruto contemplated that it was not possible for him to alter the Hyuga, but rather he could choose to become Hokage. You must have faith in me, because I will be the first to see it, Naruto declared. The fox whispered to himself, maybe, after Naruto's departure. It is not acceptable for me to continue severing that obscured word of yours. Without considering the negative effects of using chakra, you will never become a Hokage. Hinata departed from Naruto that day, following the guidance of Kurenai and Hitomi. They asserted that he would need some time alone to resolve the problems for himself. Hinata was unsure of her course and determined that they would be appropriate. She had a strong desire to talk to him that day, but the next morning she was hesitant when she stood in front of his room. I wonder if there's anything I can say to make Naruto-kun feel better, she said. Despite his words, I am aware that Haruki-san died as a result of his protection, especially in relation to me. Naruto-kun is surely aware of this. Is he at fault? I was supposed to have been able to recognize the power of genjutsu. A legitimate progeny would never have loved that. Had I not been so incompetent, I could have assisted Haruki-san. Hinata was lost in her thoughts and almost jumped, and the door suddenly opened. Naruto's room was vacated by a nurse who had just left. The woman's frown indicated that Naruto was awake and willing to see people. Even though Hinata was well trained, his eyes saw a greater amount of light. The nurse was extremely scared and very frightened. However, the woman was not only scared but also intimidated. Naruto was the one who brought Hinata back, not her. The fact that many people now whispered about Naruto unleashing a terrifying power to save the village from Tsunagekyu's sand demons was not surprising. Naruto's abilities were disproportionately highlighted in the stories. It brought great joy to Hinata as she believed that her teammate would never be underestimated again. Despite her initial terror, she found it to be quite alarming to witness the people's fear. What is the current attitude towards Naruto? He seems to have benefited greatly from his actions. How much time would it take for their fear to regain power? Naruto said, Hinata-sama. He had a pallid expression on his face, and the bags under his eyes suggested that he had not been sleeping well. Is it possible that he had some sleep? Hinata hesitated and said, Naruto-kun. Naruto asked, would you like to come in? I.e., with a frown. Undently not. It is your request that you take a seat. There's nothing exciting to see or do in this uninteresting area. Getting out of bed is not an option for me, as they refuse to let me leave. He expressed that a minor chakra exhaustion was the cause. It was more intense than expected. Naruto-kun is more than just that. Naruto's response was one of, yeah. It's true that Jiraiya has already reprimanded me for it. This morning, a cowardly old cow attempted to chastise me. I fulfilled the necessary obligation. Thanks to your efforts, Hokage-sama was able to overcome defeat, Hinata said softly. Just as you halted Tsunagekyu's Jinchuriki before it could be turned against our village, so have you turned into a hero, she quipped. Hero was the term used by Naruto to mock him. I'd rather not be a hero in the same way as those who have resented me and are my enemies. Additionally, I was unable to assist anyone close to me. I am a hero in disguise. Hinata ingested. You can't take my word for it since Haruki-san has passed away. If I were to accuse someone of killing him, Haruki would hit me mercilessly. He would hit me twice if I blamed myself. Naruto chuckled and softly admitted that he couldn't count the number of hits without accusing him. He slouched on the pillow in his bed. The thought of being there is something I wish I had not done. The only time we had a conversation was with him for the last time. Hinata, I take this matter very seriously. You're blaming yourself for the attack because the snake bastard was determined to catch you off guard. You don't have to blame yourself for anything. Naruto gently stated that Haruki would not have desired such a situation. Haruki's time had come to an end by then. This, in any case, provided him with the possibility of dying in battle rather than being trapped in a terrible hospital bed. Then Naruto looked out of the window and turned his head. Haruki would be grateful, and I am aware of it. Let's be at peace, Hinata-sama. Tears streamed down the face of the young girl, who was unable to control her emotions. She had feared that he would blame her, regardless of anyone's opinion or knowledge. Despite Haruki's fatherly role, she believed that it would have been reasonable for her to be angry. Hinata was visited by a greater number of people than her father. Despite her failure, why did people always pursue her as their next priority? If Naruto could see what she was thinking, why would anyone risk everything to save her life? Haruki was a kind and considerate individual. Whenever the lives of others were at stake, he could never be silent. With a soft, blue eye, he smiled at her. He was among the few members of the Branch family who recognized the truth. He was confident that you would be the ideal clan leader. What? Hinata asked with a gasp. Did I understand his perspective? I didn't. The Hyuga clan is a frigid and unforgiving environment. You are reminiscent of your mother. You have the ability to bring about the change that your family requires. Hinata's voice echoed with, You can't be serious. She was cut off by Naruto, who said, I am a failure and weak. Her eyes were wide open as she gazed at him, taken aback by his strict demeanor. Do not accept your father's foolish Seiganism as a warning. Leadership is not a matter of using one's physical strength to lead. Truly, strength is not solely based on one's ability. Take a glance at your family's genetic makeup. There has been a belief in generations that strength was the most important aspect of life, and that those with the purest bloodline would also be the strongest. Is it your belief that a false mentality had any impact on your family's well-being? That's the reason why people are afraid of me. Naruto sighed as he explained why the Hyuga live in such a way. Observe the connection between the main and branch houses. Take a glance at Niji and witness the suffering he underwent. You expressed that to me personally. You specifically requested me to spare him because of it. He bowed his hands in delight. You've caught a glimpse of me, and you speculated as to how much you were misled by the fact that your fire was visible? The names Ako-san and Haruki-san are commonly used in Japanese martial law. They informed me of your actions, but I wanted to know why Naruto said they were after my life. Hinata's head trembled with confusion. Hinata, the people viewed you as a danger. They are afraid of the strength you possess. A lot of people in the Central District depend on the method they can use to exploit the branch. If you were to grow up and assume your rightful position, would you be willing to let the branch suffer in such a way? Naruto's expression was a grimace as Haruki acknowledged his knowledge. In contrast, I had a disinterest in clan politics. I just did what I thought was right. I can detect the malice in people's demeanor. I came across individuals who had negative intentions towards you. I managed to deal with them. I told you a long time ago that you had saved me. How could someone deliberately cause harm to my savior, as Hinata knew was not the case? Prior to joining her clan, he had already saved her. Hinata recollected the exact moment of their initial encounter. She frequently reminisced about that moment in her brain. For a brief moment, Naruto's wonderful blue eyes showed signs of doubt as he stood there. To save her life, Naruto had to put his own life on the line against a much stronger opponent. Why do you ask? She repeated. I have the opportunity to leave the orphanages I call such places, she said. That's why I promised to repay you. To ensure your safety. That's why I took the lives of those who meted out to you. Why did you not respond to my statement? Would you be willing to trust Hyuga Hayashi's words, even if they contradict his own? He is too convinced of the nonsense surrounding the purity of blood. Despite his acceptance of my lies, how would he penalize them? Who do you think would be believed in a tribunal case given there was no evidence to support it, and all members of the branch who could provide testimony simply vanished? Hinata's eyes suddenly opened in utter shock. Yeah. My work was not responsible for all the disappearances. They were always mindful not to leave behind any evidence. Naruto sighed as he realized that Ako was not the first member of his branch to be saved. Nevertheless, she was too near to me, and they were afraid of my involvement in anything. The Kyubi are a valuable asset to Konoha, and the Hyuga clan benefits greatly from my presence as their honored guest. Is that accurate? According to Hinata, Shinobi was bound to be killed by K-kills. Naruto's voice was devoid of emotion as he calmly stated, is that because the Kyubi chakra influenced me to feel the darkness of others' hearts? Due to that, it was clear that certain individuals were deserving of being killed. He neglected to state that it was also his belief that certain individuals should not be killed and why he had the desire to safeguard Hinata, regardless of any consequences. She was completely different despite the darkness he experienced. The clarity and brightness of a diamond are unmistakable. It seems like the opposite of hate as far as Naruto thinks she is, he said. Is this a common query? Do you believe I can be a good clan chief? Hinata spoke but almost asked for his approval after being silent. I agree with you. I said before that you should not be so sure about yourself. Your lack of clarity does not mean that you share their pride, greed, and traditions, as Naruto has almost spoken out. You could steer your clan towards a new path, which would eliminate the curse it currently faces. He could see that Hinata was not convinced. It's doubtful that he would hold her responsible. She never had much faith in herself due to the constant criticism from others that she was a failure. Her mother was the only one who had aided her. Hitomi was unable to change the opinion of her clan alone. Haruki, despite being aware of his own mortality, was prepared to give up the time he had left, so that you could come back to life. He had a strong faith in you, Hinata-sama, and decided to risk his life on it. Hinata's eyes were wide open as she asked if he had done it, and the answer was affirmative. He never halted me when he found out that I was responsible for the killings. He was aware that they attempted to hurt you by not being able to touch your mother. Upon discovering, he trained me to better cover myself. According to Naruto, he was part of the Hyuga clan's branch family and detested the system. If you want to honor his sacrifice, please assist your mother in reshaping your family. Hinata was confused and only nodded, uncertain of what to say. She believed that the Hyuga clan was their perfect image, and that she was a failure and unworthy of them. She was informed that her clan was wrong and she had the right to believe it. Naruto could not fault her for feeling confused. He had spent a significant amount of time contemplating and revisiting Haruki's letter multiple times. I had a vague understanding of the situation that I never could fully comprehend, said one. My actions led to the death of those who attempted to assassinate Hinata, without any regard for what could have happened if I hadn't done something more. Despite the situation, Haruki is correct in his belief that killing more people won't break the cycle. The curse could not be completely eliminated, even if I were to become the Hokage. Give me a moment to appreciate the message you're sending back. Why does everything seem so convoluted? From the outset of Gaara to the present, Naruto sighed, convinced that things would become more challenging once he became Hokage. The solution to a problem was simply to cause someone's throat to be ripped out, which made it much easier. Despite sleeping for some time, Naruto became increasingly restless. Despite being close to death, chakra exhaustion was not difficult to recuperate from. Uzumaki Naruto is the name that you are not, at least not if you're. Despite his newfound knowledge of the Hyuga, he still harbored concerns. He doubted whether he had informed Hinata. Nevertheless, he held the belief that she needed to be knowledgeable about everything. He was aware that being unaware of one's surroundings would be a dangerous trait. Furthermore, before she departed, he had only advised her to discuss the matter with her mother and no one else. While his brain thought he made the right decision, his heart had a different opinion. Naruto felt remorseful for burdening Hinata. Not guilty, but rather to relieve her stress of how she should be treated, although he knew it was impossible. It would have been a clear indication that he did not treat her with the respect she deserves, even if he had kept this information hidden. Still, observing her with that expression, he felt that it was wrong. Despite her lack of physical strength to handle her clan's difficulties, Naruto asserted that she has a strong will. He was convinced that she had the ability to do so. Despite her doubts and oddly shy demeanor, he had observed her determination a few times. With Hitomi-sama by her side, Jiraiya was almost caught off guard as he emerged from the hospital. I assumed you would get away without me knowing, the man with white hair chuckled. No, you didn't, Naruto said sarcastically. The frown of Jiraiya caused Naruto to widen his grin. It's better that you keep your seals hidden, old man. The seals left behind by Naruto surprised Jiraiya slightly. How did you learn the basics, right? I just knew where to look, at the place where I would leave such seals, Naruto said. Jiraiya softly replied, Hey, how is Ji-san? Without being disturbed by unwanted ears, she said. I hurried to check on Gaara's seal, so I requested you to join me. You were the one who made it, after all. Jiraiya's expression changed to a frown upon seeing altercations taking place in front of the prison building where Gaara and his siblings were temporarily stationed. He wondered what was going on here. Jiraiya-sama, the guard said in a low voice. The Jinchuriki from Sunagakure is something that Danzo-sama wants to see, he said. As an elder in Konohagakure, it is my duty to inspect and evaluate any potential danger, the seemingly helpless old man stated with a slight degree of irritation. In order to make decisions about whether the creature is dangerous or not, we must first determine its potential danger. The words, right, were dryly used by Jiraiya. The interest that Danzo had shown in the three children of the former Kazekage was not appealing to him. Jiraiya had already refused him access to the former Kazekage's body, and he was now here again, following the Hokage's orders. I presume you were aware of the directives given by Hokage-sama regarding our three exceptional captives. Ibiki, myself, and Naruto are the only ones authorized to see Sensei. You're asking about something that has more rights than a council elder, right? Danzo quipped. According to Jiraiya, Uzumaki Naruto defeated Ichibo and strengthened the seal that had been placed on Sabaka no Gaara, but not through any friendly gestures. If you had not been hiding during the invasion, you would have seen that as well, he added in a dismissive tone. The two guards moved forward, but Danzo advised them to stay back. Very well suited. I will take a break, for the time being. Danzo declared that Suna would be responsible for the harm caused to Konoha, as he turned and left. The old goat was a source of frustration, Jiraiya murmured. Ugh. Naruto grimaced and frowned. Who was the individual in question? Being one of the three elders in the Konoha Council, he holds significant power. Despite his declaration of being ready to defend Konoha, I would not put my trust in him. Jiraiya cautioned him about the abundance of questionable things that suggested his involvement. Nevertheless, it's not a significant matter at this moment. Naruto opted to take you out of Konoha and ensure your proper training once the mess is over. He was not punished for leaving Konohagakure, but he did not want to leave his new friends behind. He became aware of the extent of danger that Hinata was in, particularly with regards to his own situation. Naruto and Jiraiya's arrival caused Gaara to blunder, as he said Uzumaki-san, in agreement. Naruto inquired, how is your seal? With a smile on his face? Gaara had already caught up with sleeping, as he could see. His appearance was not as drained as when he first laid eyes on him. Naruto's observations revealed that their rooms, despite having bars and locks, were far more comfortable than those of typical prison cells. Jiraiya had reassured him that they would be treated with the respect they truly deserved. It's working perfectly, Gaara remarked, calmly. That's the one word you can use, Temari stated with a smile. He slept for almost 2 days. It was a bit of trouble sleeping, Gaara said, with his face still looking normal. Jiraiya's expression was grimacing. I heard Shikaku eat the souls of its Jinchuriki when they sleep. It must be hard to fathom what that might be like, right? Gaara remarked, this is tiring. Eh bien, me. Is it right? Is it possible for us to see your seal? Jiraiya asked. I mentioned earlier that we were keen on coming and examining it, as I said. Yesterday. I perceived you as a proficient fighter in the Japanese martial of Fuinjutsu, Temari said, gesturing to me. Yesterday, I noticed you looked sharp. Yeah, please. Jiraiya chuckled, as it appeared that Naruto had been refining seals for some time. I've never encountered anything like that before. I can assure you that it is strong, he added before Temari could respond. It would be more manageable if you didn't boil everything first, Naruto said to Gaara, who then smiled. It appeared to be a fruitful endeavor. The method I used, which involved inverting the corners and creating a chalk ceiling design, was explained to an attentive Jiraiya by him. The latter scowled, are you in agreement? Isn't it clear that chakra storage seals have a similar function, except for the ability to release their contents with ease? Naruto stated that he removed the barrier and reinforced the design with obstacles from the evil sealing technique, as if it were completely obvious. Temari looked at Kankuro and the latter responded with a shrug. They were both unaware of what was going on. Temari inquired, does it work? Naruto expressed with a sense of regret, that was the most formidable thing I could summon in just 1 month. In considering that I had not been in Konoha for the majority of my stay there. I'm uncertain about its lifespan, but since I utilize the Kyuubi's chakra, it should be a sturdy substance. The words, Jiraiya, sighed. The durability of it is unquestionable. The absence of Gaara's ability to access the chakra of Ichibi is also a matter of course. Assuming that's accurate, Naruto gave a frown and replied with reassurance. I assume that's the core of this whole thing, right? Both of you, as Jinchuriki, possess quantities of chakra that are beyond the comprehension of common people. The chakra of the bijou that is positioned between you and your partner can provide significant opportunities, provided you use it appropriately. Gaara coldly stated that Jiraiya would use the same argument as his deceased father, using it as a weapon. No, not like a weapon, Jiraiya replied palely, having been informed of the treatment his son had received from the former Kazekage through reading reports about their interrogations. It's clear that I am an exceptional shinobi. So, why did Naruto need to take off the seal? It's going to be a painful experience. Jiraiya chuckled. No, not retracted, but modified. As the maker of the seal, you were also the one who had to modify it. Naruto stated that the seal would become weaker due to the various chakras, as Gaara's questioning made him look confused. Jiraiya asked, "How can I proceed?" to which he replied with a vague answer. I have failed to impart any knowledge to you, there is one thing that I didn't teach you. I neglected to provide you with the scrolls on either subject. Keys, Naruto yelled out to him. The texts did mention them, but they're not present in any one of them, he declared. I decided not to give you because I was anxious you would start messing with your own seal, Jiraiya declared. In light of my preference for not causing Konoha to explode. It's not safe to be around me. It's time to blow some idiots here, he quipped in a dark and humorous tone. They both gazed at the Sand siblings. Gaara is required to remain for a longer period, Jiraiya declared. Naruto should wait until he can make a keyhole in his new seal. Kankuro expressed his distaste for being confined for that long. Or maybe it's better to wait until the Ichibi has gathered enough chakra to blow up the seal, Naruto said with a frown. Gaara and his companions were present. The Ichibi's complete isolation prevents it from accumulating its chakra quickly, as Jiraiya pointed out. That was enough to convince them. Naruto and Jiraiya departed from the prison building some time later, but only after Jiren made an oath to Ibiki that they would not meet with their 3 children of the deceased Kazekage. He would require several days to find a new location for the 3 to settle down in. Gaara looks different to you, Jiraiya, after they have been walking through Konoha without any noise for some time. Naruto chuckled, well, I'll repeat that. I'm happy that I didn't take his life. The boy was greeted by Jiraiya who patted him on the head. I am a kiddo, and so am I. He smiled and reflected on the surprise of Kankuro and Temari over Gaara's behavior change. Naruto appeared to have made a strong impression on the child. Given their similarity, it was unsurprising. Despite not having any blood relation, they were brothers in every way, carrying the same burdens. Who knows? Sabaku no Gaara could easily secure a significant role in Tsunagakure. If the locals can let go of their irrational fears, Kazekage could potentially become a role model for them. Konoha could also benefit from his relationship with Naruto, not to mention how beneficial it could be for the squirt. Before reaching the Hyuga complex, an Umbu shinobi approached the duo. Yeah, that's correct. Jiraiya quickly admitted that he had neglected to mention something. I considered it necessary to give you a guardrail, considering the significant actions you have taken in recent months. According to Naruto, Konoha believes that the Kyuubi require additional protection. Jiraiya defended by saying, no, that's not what it was. No, I only wanted to ensure that you didn't get attacked by anyone because of some nonsensical fear. Additionally, Hyuga Hitomi instructed me to enhance your protection. It seems as though you've been trawling the politics of their clan, with little to no information from her. Naruto nodded as he spoke. I'll clarify that later. I'm wondering who this particular person is. According to Jiraiya, it would be more fitting to name him Yamato. He's a member of the most exclusive group in the Umbu. I picked him based on his abilities and the confidence I had in his reliability. He acknowledged that Naruto had a superior ability to interpret people, but only if you disagree with his perspective. Jiraiya didn't doubt himself. His ability to interact with people was quite impressive. It goes without saying that he believes this to be true, as per his own words. Yamato nodded and surrendered to Jiraiya. His face was disguised by a cat-like mask, his hair was brown, and he dressed in the traditional Umbu attire. Nevertheless, there was something amiss with him. According to Naruto, this man was not a pushover like the majority of the Umbu. Naruto was aware that comparing himself with others could be seen as somewhat unjust. He was aware that the Jonin's control was superior to his own, but they still lacked the chakra to compete with him. Yamato was able to live in an abandoned cottage close to his own, as stated by Hitomi-sama, according to Jiraiya. I anticipate that he will be cautious tonight, as many people will perceive you as being weak and may attempt to exploit it. Yamato said, Jiraiya-sama, that is correct. Then Naruto sighed and shrugged. He simply wanted to go back home and visit Ako, Chie, and possibly Hinata or Hitomi. They would have a sufficient amount of conversation to engage in. Even so, Naruto was not anticipating the burial that would occur tomorrow. Hinata had been pondering her family, her place in it, and herself for days after talking to Naruto. What was her desired career path? She had faced obstacles in gaining acceptance from her father and family. She aimed to prove that she was not a loser, but she received rejection at every chance. All of a sudden, her life was turned upside down. Naruto's killings had caused her clan to be shocked, and her father has now maintained that he won't accuse him and that those who were killed were traitors to the clan. She was the target of Naruto's assassination attempts, and he had exposed his motive for doing so. Clearly, she was unhappy with how the main house mistreated the branch. Despite her lack of personal initiative, it was customary for others to carry out the same task. Ultimately, this was the context in which she had been raised. Despite her preoccupation with adapting to her clan, she was advised that it was ultimately her responsibility to adjust the group. She thought it was just a crude joke from Naruto, but that would not have been true. By simply glancing at her mother's face, Hinata was able to see her story and hear what she had been told. Hitomi's demeanor, typically underhanded, fluctuated between depressed and blamed, as well as irritated and determined. After Hinata finished speaking, Hitomi began to say, I'm sorry, please. She shook her head in agreement. I should have informed you earlier. The things that happened to you in the Naruto-kun series are not relevant to me, as I had only doubts and did not know for certain. The dangers within our clan should have been a warning to you. Hitomi sighed. Our clan has a few groups that only want to keep things as they are. Hitomi expressed her disdain, stating that they hold on to the notion of conservatism and are afraid of any potential threat to their position. They are unwilling to acknowledge the unacceptable state of the current system, where members from follow clans are exploited simply because they belong to the branch family rather than the main family. If you, as a mother, feel that it is incorrect, why did you not? Hitomi grimaced, and added, it is very difficult to change such strong traditions. The resistance only intensified as time went on. Upon discovering that they had started to harass you, I was obliged to conceal my efforts. Although my cousin Haruki made significant progress, particularly by uncovering a significant portion of our family's past, I had few people who supported me. You know, your father doesn't want to accept the truth. Hinata scowled as Naruto-kun declared that the Hyuga clan was blinded. He is correct in saying that even your father is not able to comprehend the extent of the clan's laws, which cause so much suffering. Even if he had an alternative viewpoint, the elder council of our clan would still hold him in high regard. The 5 aged goats would not tolerate any alteration that could jeopardize their wealth and authority. According to their beliefs, the clan is always cited as the most significant element. Yes, they do, Hitomi declared with a smile. Nevertheless, their words do not reflect the reality they are expressing. I anticipate that I will instruct you on the more intricate subjects at this point. Hinata's vision expanded. Her mother's lack of expertise in Juken fighting style did not affect her ability to excel in the Byakugan, which was unparalleled within their clan. Hitomi apologized, saying, I should have done this sooner. The knowledge you have gained and the necessary lessons I will impart to you will only increase the danger. My desire was for you to be free of worries and have the perfect childhood, as any mother would want her child to have. If I truly wanted to protect you, it could have only served to increase the risk for you. Although I knew it was not right for you, I longed to ensure your safety. It's fine, mother, Hinata said, slightly surprised by the ambiguity her mother expressed. The young girl had always believed in herself and relied on Hitomi, a source of confidence. Hinata perceived a sudden shift in the fixed values of her world. She yearned for an additional endeavor outside of Konoha. She, Kiba, Akamaru, Kurenai-sensei, and Naruto are all included in the story. Perhaps she could indulge in a meal at Ichiraku's once more with him. At the end of the day, she felt still unstable whenever she reminisced. It had almost become a date. To begin with, she had to ascertain the subject of her mother's teaching for her. The cemetery had become a bustling place, especially with the number of casualties from the invasion. The loss of a loved one was mourned by many families and friends, with at least one burial taking place. Naruto was relieved that the Hyuga had their own individual grave on the cemetery grounds. Despite wanting to be alone, Naruto was aware that he could not currently do so. Despite this, he was content with his friends. In addition to him, Ako, Chie, and 2 other branch members were also present. They were both related to Haruki, and Naruto recognized one of them as the woman he had helped with the garden's maintenance. Hitomi and Hinata had come to represent the main family. The grave of Hyuga Minako was a first for Naruto, as it would be the final resting place of Haruki and his wife. Despite his efforts, Naruto was still disheartened by the fact that he had never inquired more about Haruki's personal life. Naruto had been overly concerned about his own well-being. Knowing how to talk about emotions is not a given. He silently expressed his gratitude to Haruki for his hard work, as he believed that without his guardian's support, a person like him would not exist. Imbibed, naive, and perhaps even impolite and ignorant. Naruto was oblivious to the fact that all others had gone past Haruki's chest and photo, and were staring at him while bidding farewell. The difficulty of walking had never been greater. His throat was too dry, and his eyes trembled from the tears that were about to burst. Despite everything, he didn't shed a tear. In the case of Haruki, he would demonstrate his control. He had been under the care of this man for years. This man had been instructing and mentoring him for a considerable amount of time. It was the final time that. Are you okay, Two-Leg? Chie muttered while Naruto was present. He had gone back into the wilderness of death, seeking solitude. Chie's anxiety had subsided after he had been absent for several hours. Very well, Naruto sighed. It's time to start thinking about it, because I should be. Haruki was aware of his impending death. He didn't want me to feel sad about it. Chie's retort to his earlier statement that it wasn't true, but I can confirm that now. He would never suggest that you be unable to feel emotions. He would be happy to know that you cared deeply for him and still do. As per Naruto's explanation, it was conceivable that, she said, wiping away a tear. The possibility exists that this pain is a result of losing loved ones. Repeat it. Take pleasure in the moments you shared with him. Naruto affirmed, I am aware. The sensation of being without purpose is exacerbated by feeling nothing at all. Thanks, Chie. Chie greeted you with a purr and hugged her head against his arm, asking for pity. In due course, Naruto appeared to become more animated and energetic. Chie, I have a question for you to answer. Alright, so I can take care of Hinata whenever I'm not present. Chie pondered, curious as to whether he had heard him say something. There has never been a request for help from Naruto. He consistently attempted to accomplish tasks alone. Is there anything that could prompt him to seek assistance? Is she in peril? Naruto asked with a nod. Upon your return, you can read Haruki's final letter. Chie was not fond of being pinned down by any chance. Despite her negative experiences with contracts, she felt powerless to choose. Haruki had already passed away due to her inability to defeat the gray-hair two-leg. It was up to her to take care of the person he had made a sacrifice for. In the past, she had taken her responsibilities seriously and learned to do so. Chie nodded and said, I will. Chie's recognition was acknowledged, and Naruto sighed with relief, knowing that he would probably have to depart from Konoha soon. In a way that's not too obvious, as it turns out. You're aware that the masked two-leg is approaching, right? Life was uninteresting. Quite uninteresting. Despite being the smallest of a group of 5, the young cat was considered the weakest among them, and her lack of ability in chakra usage made her inferior to most. Nevertheless, she had an insatiable thirst for knowledge, that's how she became known as such. Chie was too feeble and fragile to fight, and his attention had been directed towards knowledge. Although she couldn't outsmart her more powerful brothers and sisters, she was able to do so with ease. Chie had little doubt that her name, which meant wisdom, was also a subtle insult from the older members of her clan. Her curiosity about the world beyond her home was consistently ignored by the elders of her clan. The Bakeniko tribe was isolated and did not enjoy dealing with humans too harshly. They informed their kittens that humans were violent and rude. The elders opted for their own summoning contracts with their clan members. Any kind of clan-wide summoning contract was forbidden. Furthermore, the elders were aware that while the Bakeniko tribe was known for their fierceness and bloodshed, they fell short in terms of skill compared to other tribes. They lacked the knowledge or heritage of the most prominent tribe, the snakes, the slugs and the toads, nor the power that the 4 guardians of legend held, whose powers were mostly obscure. Chie, a kitten who was young and eager to learn, found this location to be as uninteresting as boredom. Can you provide information about the Bakeniko Island? They lived on an islet that was surrounded by sea and cut off from all human interaction. The island was primarily composed of a single, vast mountain in the center, and was enclosed by forests, with little activity or interest. The Bakeniko tribe, who were scattered throughout the island, mostly accompanied their offspring in small groups. There was no sense of order in the Bakeniko family. Rather, 6 of the oldest cats lived with their elders on the mountain's northern slopes in the temple where their clan secretary of clan statutes were written. It is worth mentioning that the Bakeniko regime did not follow strict laws. They were not very interested in the outside world and had a relatively easygoing demeanor. They had little to no interest in each other. Besides when they were driven to seek out a partner, of course. Bakeniko, the island's residents, had a long life, but they never had many kittens. Chie's nest, which was only a decade old, was the last one on the island with 2 cats now in their 50s. The eldest of the 6 elders was particularly noticeable due to their extended lives. The individual who brought the entire clan over to this island, Haruo, was a long-standing hero. Haruo's animosity towards humans and all human-related objects was the reason for this. Ironically, this was the most useful skill in the clan. There were no individuals who stepped foot on the Bakeniko Island. The survival of the few who did not do it had caused everyone to feel scared, leading to no attempt at attempting something similar. Apparently, the use of a scratching pole as an object of human interest was not desired by humans, particularly in situations involving cats that were 5 feet long. What is it this time? The older cat muttered as he watched Chia come closer. Chia's family had a much older cat named Tomio who resided near their home. Chia's grandfather had always advised her against the red-furred cat, but she never fully heeded his advice. Tomio's tales were too captivating to ignore. Chia expressed his frustration, saying, "I'm bored, Tomio. Is it a question that you haven't asked before? Your inquisitiveness is too much for a typical kitten to handle." Chia smirked, "You keep telling me the same thing every time, but they never cease to amaze her." It would be difficult for humans to comprehend that Chia could display facial expressions such as a grimace, frown, or smile. Both the Bakaniko and I could see each other's faces, mainly because of their whiskers. Chia came across the thought while pondering. Is it true that humans don't have whiskers? Exactly, Tomito. You wouldn't be aware of that, Tomio sighed. The fact that Yasu was Chia's younger sister meant that neither of them had any knowledge of the outside world as they both were less impulsive. Haruo would have to wait another 100 years before he would consider them for departure from the island. Nevertheless, does the statement, "humans don't have whiskers," hold true, Chia? Chia expressed confusion over how they could actually communicate. Humans have a unique appearance, so they cannot be judged by our standards, Tomio explained with patience. Afterward, I stated. What is their physical appearance? Chia questioned, ultimately returning to the question she had brought to Tomio. Recently, her grandfather Katsuro said that Tomio had once held a contract. She was confident that Tomio could provide a solution to her query. The whiskers on Tomio's face indicated that she knew there was no way out. He had only made an effort to decline her response once. Even though she was a curious little creature, her persistence proved to be unsurprising. After 5 days of nagging, he finally gave in. He sighed and looked down at the black and white kitten, knowing that she wouldn't give up on this occasion. Humans are enigmatic individuals, completely alien to us, Tomio stated. They can walk with just 2 legs, and they can even walk without a tail. Chia gasped at the question, "They don't have a tail. How can they really move that much?" asked Tomio, chuckling. "Chia, they can," he replied. "Despite their sluggishness and lack of agility, they are perfectly at ease. The fact that they have little fur is even more surprising. Humans possess hair that is solely visible on the upper part of their head. There are individuals who possess a lengthy coat of fur. Those without the odd lumps on their chests may have fur covering the lower part of their head." Tomio nodded in agreement, clarifying that, yes, there are different kinds of humans. The human species is made up of both males and females, just like humans themselves. Chia described women with 2 legs, mostly nude, and a few unusual bumps. Nevertheless, you asserted that they were entirely dissimilar. I am of the opinion that there are bound to be more dissimilarities. Although their looks are unusual, they also display distinct behavior from ours. Typically, humans are social and tend to reside in large herds. A group of people is commonly referred to as a herd, while villages or cities are the more familiar term. Kiesa, cities? A city is a place where many people reside. Every person resides in their own residence, or at least with their family. It appears as though humans view it as immoral for parents to mate with their peers, given that they coexist in close proximity. It's true that humans have a choice in selecting their partners, and they spend their entire lives together. Apart from their partner, some humans attempt to breed with others, but they consider this behavior to be inappropriate. Efficiently changing. Is it common for humans to become disinterested in each other's company? Do they not desire some alone time? Despite the paradoxical nature of human behavior, many relationships remain unaffected. Their desire for peace is often overshadowed by their inclination towards war. People are peculiar and frequently resort to violence when they believe they can secure their own well-being. Anything that seems to go against their way of life is commonly regarded as something hostile. Nevertheless, a statement remains unconfirmed. Is it true that our clan also holds similar views? It was reported that Haruo dislikes you because of your contrasting perspective. Tomio chuckled when he heard the phrase, true. However, I am not regarded as an outcast and could have been included in the group of older individuals if Haruo had any opinion about me. Lady Nibi is cognizant of the fact that I am mature enough to handle it. Chia inquired if the humans also venerate Lady Nibi. Lady Nibi was the deity of their family, so to speak. Her grandfather frequently shared with Chia tales about living on the island, as Lady Nibi, whom only the elders of their clan knew, had brought them here. Haruo was reputed to have been her initial follower, and his influence and knowledge were more significant than their own due to the gifts that Lady Nibi had bestowed upon him. As far as Tomio knew, Haruo was more than just the materialistic leader of their clan. He was also their spiritual guardian. Unfortunately, Tomio also had the impression that their patriarch had become increasingly convinced of his greatness. The previous emperor had developed strictness and intolerance over the centuries, which resulted in little of their lineage being allowed to depart from the island. Despite being aware of Chia's boundless curiosity, Katsuro tried to restrict it as much as he could, which Tomio thought was detrimental. We cannot allow our kittens to grow any longer. The old age constraint will result in them not exploring new opportunities. Maybe I should try to teach Chia the truth about the world and help her change it for the better. Lady Nibi is not worshipped by the humans, who have their own gods unlike us. Chia was almost knocked over when he asked, there are more than one? Since her birth, they had been informed about Lady Nibi, who was a part of their clan's past. What is the reason for the Bakaniko's dissimilarity from humans? During lunchtime, Tomio informed Chia about his observations of the human world. A contract had been made between him and a strong woman, who wanted to protect her herd, almost 2 centuries ago. He recounted his experience fighting with her and recognizing that humans had a dark side but also had the ability to achieve good things. Chia's elders claimed that humans were monsters, but they could also be superior to any Bakaniko. Tomio had managed to persuade her that the world of humans was a hazardous place. What is the reason behind Bakaniko's scar on his back? Where are you today? Katsuro grunted, raising his head as he had just awoken from sleep. Chia's defensive response was, GMP, I am just going about my business now, in response to the question. Tomio, do you care about Grandpa? You don't bother the others when they are gone. They don't have that defect you have, Katsuro remarked with scorn. Chima Katsuro yelled out, why can't I just say something? Chia was only a few years old when Katsuro lived, and although his tail had split off from its natural length, he had already lived for several centuries before reaching the adult size of 5 feet. Considering that only a handful of Bakaniko were successful, this achievement was quite honorable. It's possible that only 10 cats on the island had fully split tails. The twin tails pose a challenge for Tomio, who was older than Katsuro and had not yet developed them. Chia retorted, learn it, as she ran through the woods once more. Chia was heard by someone behind him saying, you need to be a little more cautious. What? Chia asked, annoyed at the sight of her sister Yasu sneaking up on her once more. Gramps is quite upset, Yasu quipped. You acknowledge the perilousness of spitting old gray fur, which is dangerous. Despite the gray fur's harsh nature, Chia couldn't help but giggle as she heard her sister talking about their grandfather. I'm not entirely indifferent, my brothers are already our idols, and I am by far the least favorite. Chief of the Chopsticks. Don't be too harsh on yourself. I am acquainted with my sis. Nonetheless, it's solely about the present. Chia confessed to being extremely irritated by it. Everyone expects me to be something I'm not. People expect me to do things that are not in line with my desired behaviors. I'm tired of not being accepted. Only you and Tomio are willing to engage in conversation with me. Gramps reprimands you for thinking that I did something wrong. They don't want me to be curious. They are completely against me. Yasu positioned herself beside her younger sister, and she pushed her head backwards to Chia's face. I'm aware that you have a desire to leave this place. Please refrain from doing so. It's a risky business. Despite how crazy my little sister is, I'm not ready to let her go. That's what sets you apart, I guess, she muttered happily. Chia sighed. Yasu receives thanks from everyone. It's difficult for you to comprehend what it means to be perceived as something less than the best. Like your mother, you possess strength and independence while still showing concern and being affable towards others. When I am alone and not in a relationship. Chia, the Bakaniko clan's opportunistic outsider, was deeply thought out. What is the reason for our existence on this foolish island? Why can't I escape from it? Chia asked, and 3 days later, to find Tomio with new questions. Tomio was absent from his home. As a result, Chifer's life was troubled. She didn't have the same level of amusement as her ignorant and sane family, but she enjoyed making things out of them. The little cat was soon chased by imaginary people as she wandered through the woods in pursuit of her teacher. These made-up entities didn't resemble real people, but were instead just a group of demons that towered over her like the trees. In her tiny fantasy universe, they yelled with unobjectionable and offensive voices, eager to devour the small feline. Chia refused to be taken into custody, despite her lack of strength comparable to her siblings, yet still possessing a formidable and agile spirit. Despite falling from the trees and landing on her 4 paws, Chia eventually found the cat with its scent. A wise red-furred face with a slightly grimaceful look belonged to Tomio, who was sitting at the beach. Chia yelled out, "Tomio," without acknowledging his sorrow in her own joy. In hindsight, she was quite proud to have pushed her human runners out of the way, which was impressive considering how much longer their legs were compared to her own. The logical conclusion was drawn by her realization that humans were only capable of moving on 2 legs and not possessing a tail. Tomio lowered his head and observed someone behind him. The larger cat had heard a crash in the woods, but was not prepared to meet the young kitten. Chia questioned why you were so far away from home, stating that she couldn't leave the area. Her whiskers made a similar gesture to the human shrug. Why? I asked, and Tomio looked curious. Chia chuckled. Gramps taught us about the 3 great races, the toads, snakes and slugs. Without thinking, Tomio's exhausted grin ran away. The 4 guardians were not mentioned by him. Tomio exclaimed, "Chia, they are largely unknown due to the lack of information about them." The little kitten was unable to rest for any longer than necessary. Chia, can you share your knowledge about the Bakaniko tribe? Are you aware that our tribe learned how to manipulate their chakras through Lady Nibi's teachings? As we age, our adults exhibit split tails to indicate their dominance. Yes, and? According to the belief that our tails are only available when we split them. What's the one exception to the summoning contract? Specifically, can we, as Bakaniko, enhance our individual chakras by cooperating with other humans who have signed contracts? In comparison to the other tribes, Tomio stated that it is not unique. Our ability to alter our appearance sets us apart from others. If the adult wishes, Bakaniko can transform into a humanoid form. Chia, did you think we were responsible for building or writing? She reflected on this question by looking at her own books and then not knowing what they had written. Despite our transformation being unique, even when compared to the human, Henge no Jutsu, it is still not enough to make our tribe stand out. Chia, can you explain why the 3 are considered superior to all other summoned tribes? We are not in the midst of an illusion, but rather experiencing something far more tangible. Tomio clarified that his question was not the one he had in mind. Chia paused and sighed for a moment before taking in the air. Gramps made a comment about the secretive holding of certain tribes, and also mentioned vaguely on the topic of Tsutensu or other related terms. Tomio corrected her by saying that the only way to tap into the energy of nature, known as Sage Mode, is through Senjutsu, which is what we are currently experiencing. Due to this, the three tribes have a much greater level of power than the others. We have the ability to shape-shift, which gives us an edge in certain situations. The power of those three tribes surpasses the limited tricks played by our clan or other clans. With the exception of 4 creatures that have become legends, they don't require a weapon as powerful as Senjutsu to demonstrate their power. Who are the 4 individuals mentioned? Haruo, Lady Nibi, and so on. As he wandered off with his thoughts, Tomio replied that Lady Nibi is something else, perhaps more powerful than the woman referred to as Lucy. He had only seen something so colossal, with a chakra that seemed boundless. Lady Nibi was meant to resemble the giant 5-tailed horse. Chia inquired, "What are these rumors?" with curiosity, but was too impatient to wait until Tomio left. She yelled out, "Send me think," while around the much older and bigger cat. "I am unable to do anything about it. I will inform you about the 4 guardians. Their name is derived from the fact that they were given power during instances when Lady Nibi was believed to be in her youth. Despite their bodies evolving, the 4 individuals never reached old age, but their physical condition improved almost as much as their abilities. It's important to note, Chia, that those 4 came from different eras when the world was said to be vastly different from today. Conceal that Lady Nibi and her family had the freedom to walk around the globe in previous times." Tomio bowed as he spoke. The humans rose up during this period, and in their youngest years, the 4 guarded and guided them. "I'm amazed that they seem to be so old," Chia exclaimed, her eyes wide open. "It's likely that they are older than Haruo himself." Tomio quipped, "Don't ever tell him he's ancient. They may be older than we realize, but that doesn't mean they are in their adolescent stage. Let's take a look at that. I can confirm that they are all different species, with a turtle, tiger, bird, and dragon being the 4th. Do dragons exist in reality?" "Apparently they do," Tomio quipped, gesturing with laughter as he gazed at the adorable young kitten. "No, this is not a dragon that has been mentioned in your books before. There are only 4 of these, and he is the only one who has made a human-to-human agreement." Chia inquired, "Are there any dragon and human?" "Those 2 have become legends among humans, as I understood them from those who have wandered the human world in recent times." "Is it possible that they had the same strength?" With knowledge of Chia's question, Tomio added, "I knew what Wood was looking for. The others are not well known, but our oldest books state that the turtle possesses the power of water and the bird controls fire. The tiger's identity remains largely unknown, but it is speculated to possess martial abilities such as hunting for gold. Was ice already in use?" Tomio scowled as he admitted to not remembering. His whiskers were, after all, a distinct feature. In any case, the turtle is believed to be situated in a location below our current location. It is unknown to everyone where exactly. Chia inquired, "What is the reason for their secrecy? If they possess such great might, why do they not seek refuge?" "I'm unsure, Chia. It's possible that they dislike other species, or they prefer to live in peace and quiet. Who is oblivious to the fact that? Imagine being as old as this, with the certainty that you will not die. I am unable to imagine what that must be like." "It's a bit tedious," Chia stated. "You get the idea," she said. Tomio nodded and admitted that learning new things would be challenging after a considerable amount of time. "Chia, what's your focus?" Chia questioned whether the sea had diminished during our discussion. Hearing a massive grumble and approaching, Tomio noticed that his hair was completely covered. Kenta was displeased as they had no place to run. Despite being the strongest among them, he was also the youngest and had to pay attention to his senpai. Kenta's height and thin frame were not characterized by exceptional muscular strength, but rather by his strong and firm core. Known for his hollow eyes and rough, medium length of hair, he gained quick recognition as the Black Ghost of the Hidden Mist, nicknamed Yokai. Kenta's exceptional sense of smell and stealth skills were the primary reason for this. Kenta's blade was used to end the lives of most of his victims, who had no prior knowledge of him. Had it been during a time of war, Kenta's skills would have undoubtedly made her eligible to join the legendary Seven Swordsmen. Kenta believed that, at least. The Mizukage's decision to let the only sword left belonged to Zabuza, which was a grave mistake. Kenta's decision to create his own legend, whether with a sword or not, was influenced by the civil war where many of the seven had defected and some of their blades had disappeared. The Black Ghost of the Mist would also be feared outside their country. He had to comply with orders and embark on another tedious purge mission. During the temporary truce, the shinobi were required to perform beneficial tasks, and their job of hunting down those malevolent clans always kept them occupied. The monstrosities may have become more careless if they were not hunted for 2 years due to the hunter's busy role in the civil war. A skilled censor such as Kenta would undoubtedly locate someone. The pain in her body and the wet fur were apparent, as Chia screamed and tried to get up, but she was unable to do so. Excessive drowsiness is the result of this. She let go and sighed. Chia had no idea where she was until she saw her lying on sand. She turned her back to the sound of waves on a beach. Despite her headache, she was unable to think clearly. Let us take a look at the evidence. What is the last thing that I can recall? Chia inquired. Her pursuit led her to Tomio, whom she had tracked down. He had taught her new things, and then something happened. Chia's eyes widened in disbelief as it returned to her. Chia, what are you seeing? Tomio inquired. The shores. Chia questioned whether the sea had diminished during our discussion. Hearing a massive grumble and approaching, Tomio noticed that his hair was completely covered. Get out of here, right? Tomio screamed all of a sudden. Tomio was aware that the two cats would never be able to surpass the wall of water as they ran for their lives. Nevertheless, what actions could he take? The pair had only made it to the initial trees as the water came ashore. With minimal hesitation, Tomio shoved the small Chia behind him as he created an energy shield of chakras. Tears streamed down Chia's face. Tomio, she shivered. The question that I'm pondering is what led to my decision to choose this path. Why did you feel the need to do that? Tomio became aware of it. The water kept flowing without interruption. Chia, who was completely scared, curled up beneath him, relying on protection. I might abandon her and take a branch in the hope of washing myself up. But how can I accomplish that? Tomio came to the realization that he had his work cut out for him. The older children were denied the opportunity to develop freely by their elders, who valued their own positions more than any change in their living situation. The young ones hold the destiny in their hands. Tomio and other older individuals had a genuine responsibility to safeguard the new generation. Chia was in a state of disorientation. After more than an hour, she had not regained consciousness. However, she was not motivated to move on. Tomio had posed no threat to her life, but rather killed him in order for her to flee. She was unable to comprehend the reason behind her thoughts. He had used up all his remaining chakra to bring her to a log, but she remembered only flashes of how she had to hold on to that log after enduring storms, thunder, and darkness. The air was soaked with water. She felt as though her bones had soaked up all the bruises she'd picked up. However, it was of no use whatsoever. She was now alone. It is evident that she was raised on an island that wasn't the same as this one. No other shoreline like this existed on Bakaniko Island. Don't take this stance. Even if she was at home, Tomio was the only one who did not put her under pressure. Even though Yasu cared for her, she only viewed her as a loved but troublesome little sister. She recognized that this was the occasion to explore the world for the first time. After realizing she had lost her only true friend, Chia woke up again later with the sun set past noon. She trembled as she sensed something pushing her down. Chia muttered, "Get lost, Yasu," unaware of her current location. The poking did not occur. Good. The pain in her body was too intense to have someone poke her. Stay patient, please. Chia pondered the topic of pain for a moment before it reignited. Worried, she curled up in bed. Upon hearing someone take a breath, she began the poking activity again. Stat up, sweep head, he whispered. Stay patient, please. I was on a different island. Chia realized that Yasu was not the person in question and pondered who was bothering her. The little creature with 2 legs and a big smile was standing beside her. A blue-colored cloth was draped over it, resembling a ghostly figure. Its lack of fur was surprising, given that it had a pink or red fur on the top of its head. What is the question? Chia asked, what's your identity? Zuzu, the 2-legged creature declared. It screamed with pride, Zuzu found you, as it pointed at its own chest. You're doing a great job, she said. It's impossible for you to be a human, no matter how small your size is. Isn't your expression similar to that of an ape? The creature raised its head, as if the confusion was not already apparent. Chia was completely perplexed by the apparent meaninglessness of "what a pape." Are apes supposed to be silent, or is it possible that they were part of another summons group, such as the Bakaniko family? She eventually admitted, I am Chia, before transitioning to proper behavior. Chia must demonstrate some level of respect if it wasn't human, after all. Pompey, where are you from? Amshi, it was asked. Hi, Zuzu, exclaimed it loudly. It sounded like mommy. Chia was perplexed. Could you shed some light on what an Amshi was? Or did the creature possess a low IQ that could have made fun of her? Is it possible that Zuzu is its correct name? That 2-legged thing has erratic features. Chia questioned whether the tribe of intoxicated dwarves was part of a larger group. The dwarves were always depicted in fairy tales, and it was widely believed that they only consumed the forbidden liquid. Yes, of course. It is imperative that it be done. Seeing older cats of Chia's tribe during the drink season, she knew why they were talking like that. Until she was at least 100 years old, her grandfather had warned her that this drink would be forbidden for her. Torn was curious about the dwarf's whereabouts and hesitant to leave the beach, so Chia glanced back at the ocean once more. Nevertheless, she was cognizant of the fact. Regardless of how desperate she was, Tomio would not come back and would be angry if she gave up now. Despite her body still feeling the pain, Chia stood up and proceeded to walk in the same path as the dwarf. Even though she reached the outskirts, she looked back at her. I would like to apologize for any inconvenience caused by Tomio's comment, stating, thanks. Chia affirmed to herself that she would never forget her. Saying a happy ending. Shirori was frightened. And ran through the thin line of trees that separated their home from the sandy beach. Her child had fled once more. I swear I should almost cling to that girl to a chair, she said without any indication from anyone. Shirori experienced a voice crack and the feeling of breathing again. Mommy, shouted the little girl as she ran towards Shirori, unaware of her plight. Shirori reacted by sighing as the girl approached her and tried to converse about a perfumus, but she was unable to do so due to time constraints. The cheering girl's sudden change into a slightly surprised look amused her so much that she couldn't keep her face serious while singing Suzum. Nevertheless, she had to do it. Suzum asked, Sugar girl, did I say stay inside? Shocked and ashamed, she said, yes sir, although Shirori was unsure if the child truly comprehended what she had done. It had been almost a month since Suzum's second birthday. Following that, there were additional sounds coming from the shrubbery near them, as a black cat with white spots emerged. Shirori inquired, "Are you certain about finding a cat?" "She," exclaimed her daughter with a smile. "Is it a question that you haven't asked before?" Chia was the one who sounded, not Ashi or Ongshi, as per a voice. The discovery of a large dwarf is somewhat unexpected. Dwarves were said to have always lived in packs or herds, as per the books. Shirori was startled and looked around. There was no one present. "Who is that?" she inquired, while holding her daughter close to the window. Ed." The cat's remark about 2 legs was almost sarcastic as it spoke up. Shirori exhibited a peevish demeanor. The feline gazed at the taller antecedent of the diminutive creature. The 2-legged creature's height was matched by its unusual hair color, but it was noticeably brighter and redder. And the same peculiar dearth of fury. Chia's physical improvement led her to realize that the 2-legged creatures did not have tails. Shirori yelled, "What?" Chia lowered her head slightly. It's important to avoid yelling that out loud, 2-leg phrase. "I'm experiencing a headache." "You're welcome. Are you a good listener? Is it possible for you to talk?" "That's all I can say," Chia sighed. "Is this the first time you've seen a cat?" Shiori's stumble was a surprise. Nevertheless, they are anticipated to be. "You are aware of this?" "TSK." Chia asked the woman with a red-colored 2-leg and switched her focus to the child's cheerfulness, not the disbelief in the other leg. Suzum greeted the taller woman with "Mommy," as if to clarify his explanation. Chia observed that the taller woman had a face and eyes resembling those of the shorter woman. Chia questioned, "Are you her kitten?" "I'm curious, what is your nature as a human?" Shiori's expression, "I don't see your face today," was interpreted in a grimy tone. With a wide-open mind, Chia declared to the world, "Humans, that's not even close." Shirori looked gloomy as she mentioned that humans are taller and more merciless. "It's a fact that I can't say with certainty. A large number of individuals are savages." She paused and sighed. "Not every human is comparable to that. Would you mind sharing your identity or personal details with me?" Chia was the name of my friend, and I had a pinkish 2-leg coat of onyx. Katsuro's granddaughter and I are part of the Bakeniko family. "Clan, are you a shinobi?" asked Shirori as she pulled Suzum, who had tried to approach the cat, back. "My identity is that of a Bakeniko, and I am not Shirbayo," Chia intoned. "Are you aware of anything?" Mitsuo asked, feeling tired but content as he returned home. The man in his mid-20s had a plain, brown hair and unattractive appearance. After plowing and sowing seeds for the next crop, he spent all day in the field. The work was arduous, but satisfying enough. He and Shirori did not have a lot of money, but they had enough to feed their small family. As long as Suzum and Mitsuo had enough food to eat, they would be content. Wealth would only serve to attract attention. The attention they sought in this cluttered area was not their preference. Kirigakure's influence had too much impact on these islands, which were in close proximity to it. Those with a bloodline threshold in this area had to exercise caution. Hunting was a constant activity and the people watching closely. Mitsuo bowed as he spoke. Fortunately, their small island only had 2 small villages, one of which had a harbor, and the majority of them were dependent on agriculture and fishing. The people in this place weren't very rich, but they had enough to be happy. Also, it was a well-developed area that could support the Kiribit's protection charges, which were equivalent to shielding against Kirigakure. It could be argued that their shinobi were worse than any typical bandit. Nevertheless, it had been more than 2 years since the last time anyone on their island was assaulted. However, Mitsuo was aware that he shouldn't be misled by a false sense of calm. Suzum's growth has been a turning point for the company. It's possible that she will exhibit the initial significant indications of having the same potential as him in a few years. If anyone saw that, it would be a complete disaster. Mitsuo's face exhibited a slight grimace due to all of the things that had happened, in addition to his exhaustion from working for an extended period. He yelled out, "I'm home, honey," after opening the door. He smirked as he heard a shout and the swift approaching small footsteps, while watching his daughter approach him. Chie, dressed in Bakaniko attire, frowned when she uttered, "Daddy." Two legs on one side had unusual bumps on their chest, while the other leg did not show any. As far as she could tell, Tomio had explained to her, "You know what happened." The chibi was more perplexing. The expectation was for kittens to be as small as their parents, but with smaller bodies. Despite being called a child by the big red two-leg, why did the chibi seem so distinct from its adult counterpart? The behavior was not unfamiliar to Kayema's. Chie remarked that the little two-leg was helpless and unenlightened, even when its curiosity was much greater than her own. It appears that the larger two legs are cognizant of it. However, they assert that it is customary. The peculiarity of human beings is undeniable. Could the reason for living in herds be that they only have 3 two legs? Greetings and greetings from me. I'm curious as to why the flat-chested two-leg seemed to be so fond of my embrace and the big crimson, two-leg seemed more concerned about my well-being. Didn't this make me feel like a monster for humans? It is a fact that Chie was left completely confused. Her ancestors had always expressed how repugnant humans were. However, these 3 were the complete opposite of it. Chie believed that staying with humans, who were strange and without a home, would provide an opportunity to study them. The child yelled, "Zuzu Sweepy," as they approached Kayesma's. The child's actions were not noticed by the cat until Suzum laid down and snuggled with them. The child's behavior caused Chie to look somewhat bewildered. Chie gently sounded, "Sleep tight, chibi two-leg," and wrapped her long tail around the child to keep it warm. Kenta had a feeling of something. The sound was subdued, which was not unexpected. The ability to conceal their chakra was a result of the fact that the malevolent creatures with their bloodlines had managed to survive previous cleansing, making them good candidates for protection. Despite this, Kenta sensed that something was not right with his chakra. His inability to explain the situation caused his captain to become annoyed, but there was something inseparable about the trace he felt. The bloodline freak was more inhumane than any other person he had encountered before this moment. The group went out to see what they had found, despite Kenta's warning of caution. A group of them discovered a lone man sitting by campfire, which was unexpected. At the very least, if you can call it a man. He had a creepy pale complexion and yellow eyes, likened to the characteristics of a snake. Kenta could sense the mistake made by the man in such close proximity. Kenta realized that the person was not only hiding their chakra but also suppressing it to a greater extent than they have ever experienced before. Kenta saw the man laughing and looked at her with a giggle in his eyes. "Here we go again, so what are we looking for?" Kenta whispered, before turning to his captain and calling out, "Senpai. It's time to depart from here. It's time to move on. I suppose you've already learned that it's too late to run," the man in front of them muttered. Kenta's expression caught his eye with intrigue. Kenta scowled at the question, "Wouldn't you consider them interesting? How is this guy able to see through the darkness of his past? Who was that person and what did he do?" Kenta tried to look away from it all, but couldn't. His foolish team could potentially sacrifice their lives if they wanted to fight. Kenta declined their offer to go down with them. Kenta was unable to move. "What, fuck about?" The pale, serpent-haired man rose and moved towards them. "It's been a while since I was last seen like this, and nobody has ever tracked me down." Kenta's lips were raised as she asked, "Should I kill them?" "Shit." Kenta's mind went into a frenzy, saying, "Wow, I focused on that freak and didn't see him anyway. It's not a question of course. Kazu, not the black-haired individual. He captivates me with his intrigue. The rest are discarded." Eliminate them. As you desire, of course, was the voice's cold response. Kenta was frozen in his tracks and could not even move his head, but he saw black objects penetrating his companions from the corners of his eyes, while his captain was strangled by a similar black object. Kenta chimed in, saying, "Wouldn't you be concerned about another bloodline freak?" The snake-like man casually replied, "He's a Nara." "Yes, I think that's in line with your less charming depiction." "Kenta, what's up with you?" Kenta asked, confusedly acknowledging his mistake and feeling a forceful pull on his body that almost tormented his arms. "Kazu, you can be polite without being rude," exclaimed the snake-like man. "I am not someone who enjoys discarding individuals with promising futures. I've been searching for you for a long time now, but you're the first person I found out when I didn't want to be found." "Recruited?" Kenta scowled. "Why would Kiri want to hunt me down?" "I'm willing to give you power for it," he said in a smirk. "There are many omens that I can offer you, so that you can surpass your current level of well-being." Orochimaru was aware that the man had seized the situation, the moment Kenta's gaze opened wide, and the Sannin disregarded his expression. It was easy to see that this man had a strong desire for more power. Greed was a straightforward tool to be used. Kenta determined that she had no choice and would not give up on living in a small village. Kenta, the black-haired ghost of the hidden mist, is also known as the yokai. Although I am not the strongest in Kirigakure, there is no better tracker available. The previous village is no longer in existence. Orochimaru's smile lit up as he laid his eyes on the ground. Talented, self-centered, and ardent. This type of individual would make a perfect servant. Kenta had not yet shown any loyalty to him, however. "Good news. My name is Orochimaru from Konohagakure. As I had pledged, I will bestow more power upon you. Before you receive your reward, it is necessary for you to locate someone." Chia discovered the peculiar nature of people. In the weeks that followed, as he sought out a specific person. The consumption of food was done at specific times and always in the company of the entire herd. The act of cooking food was referred to as cooking by Shirori, who also conducted various odd rituals with it. Chia found that while food can be more flavorful, it usually requires more vegetables, and she was satisfied with her own choices. A Bakaniko had the ability to have varying tastes from an average human. Chia was also taken aback by the fact that people always seemed to coexist as one community. Chia found that on her island, everyone was accustomed to living their lives by themselves. However, here we are. Humans had a closer relationship with each other. Shirori and Mitsuo were highly protective of Suzume, especially in terms of his health. Shirori was mostly at home doing all sorts of chores, while Mitsuo spent the majority of his time away from home. Chia discovered that a ritual was labeled as work. Just like the food ritual, the work ritual was carried out on a daily basis. Surprisingly, these practices also occurred at a specific moment in time. A time-controlling device, which Shirori referred to as a clock, was present in Chia's life. It was referred to as a damned annoyance by Mitsuo, but he should not comment as Shirori found it offensive. Chia recognized the woman's prudence, as the gadget appeared to regulate their daily routine. Chia was unable to fathom the horrors that would ensue if the device were provoked. Her daily milk and food were prepared at the same time as humans had their food, which was a significant factor for her. The two older humans were oddly arranged, but the little one seemed to attempt all its possible efforts to break that arrangement. Chia's plea to take care of the child had become a source of comfort. The occupation was a risky venture, given Suzume's preoccupation with Chia due to its long and furry tail, which made it extremely challenging for the child to grasp her. Nevertheless, it remains unchanged. Chia discovered that the child was in her custody most of the time. The youngster was completely unaware of everything, and continued to move forward with an enthusiasm that Chia found almost absurd, though equally endearing. The child's hugs and kisses were not too distressing. Chia was aware that it would be better to avoid eating or drinking when the situation occurred. Human kittens were known for their unhygienic behavior, and Chia detested having her fur blemished, particularly after being introduced to the torture device called a bath by Shiori. Chia was fully cognizant of Tomio's warning and realized the dreadful consequences it could cause for humans. Chia opined that humans were peculiar. Their mating behavior was peculiar. When the cat interrupted them one day, they almost threw her out of the room. Chia found the little kitten's behavior strange, but he could not claim they were even smart. When it came to their own safety, she was unable to comprehend why they were so scared of each other until Mitsuo gave his daughter a bedtime song. Chia perceived the chakra flowing from the man and listened intently, creating a mild and soothing sensation. Before the cat had even been informed, she was as doting off as Suzum. "Do you really trust that man to succeed in hitting his target?" Narakazu questioned, with a skeptical expression. He was positioned near the forest boundary where they had established a campsite. Their guest was required to get some rest. "He's a greedy individual," Orochimaru quipped. "His success, I would say, if he performs to the best of his ability." Tisk. There is a significant amount of trust in an unfamiliar man. The goal of Kitakun is to attain power. He is unconcerned about the methods employed. Did you notice his behavior? Yes, please, Kazu muttered. Despite the time that had passed, he still remembered that day with all his clarity. Despite the absence of favoritism, he was still deserving of his rightful inheritance and could have led his family in a reasonable world. "Orochimaru-sama, Kenta said that you were noticed by him." "Kazu-kun, it wasn't all right," Orochimaru remarked, then gave up and let the Nara handle the situation alone. "He observed you, and realized that something was amiss. This is the reason why his team took a cautious step." Kenta knew that his team was already dead, and he set up the formation to have an opportunity to escape, according to Kazu. "In fact, I'm pretty sure it was true. Kenta, like you, is only devoted to his own self-interest." I was also taken aback by his senses. Assuming his statement was accurate, he caught me sooner than anticipated. The fact that I suppressed my chakra meant that no Jiraiya could track me down, despite the ingenuity of the boy's actions. Kazu inferred that you had only targeted the least significant target. Clearly, we were aware of the target's location, as their unintelligent family had come close to annihilating itself during the pointless attack on Kirigakure. The bloodline is of utmost importance. I mean, actually. With a long tongue in his mouth, Orochimaru whispered, "I was eager to get hold of the Shikatsumiyaku Kekei Genkai. Keep the boy secure in the hideout, Kazu. Without seeing this boy, I cannot imagine how much you would love him. It is important for me to concentrate on the experiments initially. Let me know when Kenta will be back." "Orochimaru-sama," said Kazu, who bowed and couldn't contain the fear of being threatened. Orochimaru was one of the few who could instill fear in a monotonous world. Kazu relished that feeling. The only thing that brought Kazu any emotion was his self-condemnation, apart from the torture he endured. Chia inquired about Mitsuo's two-leg leg and asked, "What was that?" "Oh, not a single one." "What's the song?" Mitsuo inquired, with a cautious nod. "It's fine with you." The man sighed and gazed around. "My dad was a bad guy," he said, gesturing to his father. "He stayed in Kirigakure until the wars had already begun. It was not just the war that caused his departure, but also the reactions of others towards it. The people were deeply divided over the wars and their resentment towards the bloodlines that had caused the most harm. The families with a bloodline limit were forced to conceal their horrors. Just like my habit of keeping our chakra hidden from others, and being careful every time we do something wrong." Chia inquired about the bloodline limit. "It is the state of being born with certain abilities that no other race can possess. Some individuals possess the ability to fabricate and manipulate materials such as ice. It is almost impossible for anyone without that specific bloodline to achieve this feat. The combination of multiple chakra types requires precise balance and control, which is a skill that only those with natural talent possess. The people with bloodline limitations were the most feared during both international conflicts and various civil wars. The result was that the common people started to despise those who had a strong family background. As a result, the majority of bloodlines in our nation were eliminated. Chia inferred that the reason you sang was because of a bloodline limit. Mitsuo questioned, "Why do you maintain secrecy and keep your flock away from other groups?" "I have the ability to do it because of my father, but my wife doesn't possess that trait due to her not having that bloodline. Suzume's age makes it impossible to be certain whether she has the same potential or not. If she has it and people discover it," Mitsuo admitted that the young woman would be too vulnerable to be around others. "She is not allowed to sing for this reason." Mitsuo sighed, acknowledging that if someone uncovers it, they will be trailing them and taking our lives. I inquired of my father, "Why don't you leave?" He responded with the same inquiry. He warned me that we would be at risk in other countries too. Foreigners, particularly those who are not from their own country, are commonly viewed with suspicion. If we had to leave everything and start anew in another country, it would be hard for us. Bloodline hunters are the most questionable group when it comes to migration. If we had to depart, we would need to go to the docks and take a ship to reach the island's great harbor on the north side. From that location, the shipping paths lead to the mainland. While on the ships, your blood can be analyzed, or there is a possibility that you are among the slavers who have taken you in. Traveling in the lawless lands is not an option for me. Even though the wars have ended, I must admit to feeling comfortable with the fact that I don't want to jeopardize my family's safety on the mainland. At last, there seems to be some calmness in the situation. Here. The hunters have been absent from our island for a while now. Chia inferred that as long as Suzume doesn't give away the accused person, there is no need for them to suspect her. It's clear that I need to be more cautious now. Particularly with the kitten. Child. The man smiled and said, "Hi, Chia." Chia observed Suzume waddling around and felt compassion for the child. Despite believing that humans are not as bad as they were depicted in stories, I still hear things like this. What kind of crazed animal would discriminate against other creatures simply because they were born? As if a creature with only 2 legs could do without being judged. We are born with no responsibility and cannot change our circumstances. Chia was unable to determine whether the issue was due to ignorance or persistent hatred. The actions of Mitsuo and Shirori demonstrated that humans had the ability to do good things. Despite their ability to use deadly force, Chia wondered why other humans would label these individuals as evil. The will behind a tool's actions determines its effectiveness, not its evilness. Evil is not a trait that can be transmitted among the bloodline. It irked her somewhat. Chia believed she had a grasp on humans, but later realized that she didn't comprehend them, even if they were as offensive as the negative stereotype she was exposed to. Was Suzume interested in meeting more humans? Were the humans actually impure as per the tales of her elders? Before the unfortunate feline could comprehend, the young animal grabbed her, hoisted her up, and accompanied her to the ocean shore. Oh no! Again! Chia shouted in despair. Sorry, I can't bring myself to go in the water. The statement is accompanied by splash. Laughter. No, no. Of all the feeding rituals that humans engaged in, Chia preferred to be fed. The creature was a bit of mud and had no means of movement. The human name for this untamed creature was fish. The ritual was preceded by the practice of fishing, which sets it apart from other customs. Seeing how humans weren't porking before eating pork meat made Chia see it as unjust. They refrained from cowing after consuming the meat of the 4-legged creature. Chia was not anticipating any reasoning at this stage. Having lived among humans for several months, she had come to the realization that comprehending their reasoning for naming things would be an endless task with minimal reward. Chia's approach to things was to describe them as she saw them, rather than trying to remember their human name. The names of humans were also subject to this. She did mention the names of those who had earned her respect. Chia and Mitsuo embarked on their fishing ritual today. Even with a significant amount of water, the no-legs were able to survive underwater. The latter was quite remarkable, as they never seemed to possess a high level of intelligence. Chia's intense hatred for water was a result of the events that had brought her to this island. The benefits were greater than the danger of having a wet fur. Consequently, Mitsuo had launched with a small wooden vessel that floated on the water. He employed an unusual tool, such as a long rope-bound branch. Mitsuo stated that the fish was caught using those things. Despite his efforts, Chia was still somewhat skeptical. Conversely, Mitsuo looked on in a frown and observed the black and white cat staring at the bobber that was floating above the water. "Be patient, Chia, as they'll bite at any moment." Chia gazed upwards, a look that Mitsuo recognized as the "what do you mean" kind of way. The "explain everything you know" look that Mitsuo had developed was typically followed by this expression, which he had become very cautious about. He quickly explained that the fish caught the bait when they tried to eat it. Are those no-legs really as stupid as Chia thought? Is there any truth to the claim that a creature with few legs is less intelligent? No, Mitsuo replied in agreement, after which the cat had already caught him off guard. Legs are not a sign of anything. To be honest, I'm still taken aback by the fact that you have never laid eyes on anyone else before. Chia sighed and acknowledged that nobody wanted to come to our island, but the man's comments were appreciated. Shirori seemed to be the most intelligent among the three humans, whereas Mitsuo had an unusual and seemingly non-functional lower leg. The number of legs in a creature did not have any bearing on its level of intelligence. Chia speculated that the reason behind it may be the absence of whiskers. I'm not sure what to say. You mentioned it before. You didn't give much thought to your home. How would you describe your experience? It resembled an island like this one, but with a substantial mountain in the center. Chia mentioned that the forests were much denser, albeit with some hesitation. Her preference was not to contemplate the home she had been compelled to abandon. It's a serene atmosphere, as far as I can tell, Mitsuo said with glee. Chia asked, why did you leave? I know you've been avoiding it, but still I suppose it is appropriate to question it considering the information you trusted. She cut him off. She shook her head in agreement. I didn't choose to leave my home, but I did. I was swept away by a massive wave of tide, as you may have already heard. I didn't want to discuss it because my teacher, who was my only friend and had sacrificed his life to rescue me. Mitsuo realized that this was the reason why she always seemed so melancholic. I apologize for any inconvenience, I was unaware of the matter. Don't be afraid to say something. Tomio's decision was now apparent to me. Although he had the ability to save himself, his desire was not to abandon me. It seems like I have a clear understanding now. I wouldn't abandon someone who is vulnerable, like Suzum, to protect my own whiskers. The only thing I regret is that I was unable to help myself. I'll never want to be vulnerable again, Chia declared, almost whispering by the end. It's important to remember that you shouldn't blame yourself, Chibe warned. The will of nature is self-governing. The fact that we are mortals must be subject to its authority, as Mitsuo sighed. Live your life with a sense of pride, in his honor. Chia shook her head in pride as she realized that Two-Leg had passed away. There are moments when I wish I could erase them from my memory. Relieve the pain. You're not interested in obtaining that. Don't forget him. Even if it would give you false sense of freedom, it is the wrong thing to do. Remembering those you lost is the only way to remember them. Love is not a finality in the end of life. I am aware that you are correct, but it does not alter my feelings. Is Shirori the first person I've met before? Mitsuo inquired. After the incident, Chie shook her head in a manner that was taken from Suzume. It was 12 years ago when my father and I arrived at a nearby island, hoping to find work. I think we were disguised as fishermen. Was it during your time as a seafarer that anything was important? With the bloodline hunters on our side, we attempted to build a new life while trying to find them. Red hair two-leg? You're probably not. I once crossed paths with her in the village, but she didn't give me much attention. She was the daughter of the village's mayor, which meant she would not pay attention to a poor individual like me. I must confess that I was captivated by her hair. I've never laid eyes on someone as beautiful, Mitsuo smiled upon reflection. No, not quite, but after a few weeks we got to know each other. The hunters who had been pursuing us believed we had arrived at the island, but they were dissatisfied as they couldn't track us down. Chakra control was taught to me by my father since I was a child, making it impossible for them to detect us hiding outside the village. The hunter two legs is not on the left, Mitsuo sighed. In a typical village, the hunters are left with little resources. The number of guards is limited and often lacks proper training. With their complete training, the Shinobi hunters were able to defeat up to 12 regular warriors with ease. The hunters were aware that they had the power to do whatever they wanted, as there was no one to prevent them. I've witnessed it happening repeatedly that individuals who typically adhere to strict guidelines suddenly become inferior to animals by allowing them the freedom to do as they please. What was the outcome? Chia inquired, expressing her dissatisfaction with the direction things were headed. Several women were apprehended for their joke. It was reported that the mayor remained stationary as they took his wife, but Shirori managed to flee. Mitsuo grimaced as if he had forgotten something terrible, but Chia was too scared to ask about it. Irrespective of the circumstances, she rushed towards the spot where my father and I were hiding. She was pursued by two hunters who saw the pursuit as a game of chance before they could enjoy their time together. Seeing them catch up with her, I couldn't control myself. I knew that I had to conceal myself or face the prospect of suicide, but I couldn't leave that girl to suffer. It was a good thing that the hunters had already consumed too much, as the second man could not react when I killed the first one. Mitsuo's frown indicated that it was the first time he had ever killed someone on that day. Nevertheless, it also demanded that we evade once more. Shiori's life would be put at risk if she remained in that location, and my father persuaded her to accompany me, but she was determined to comply. We left the island 3 times to avoid being seen, but we eventually arrived at this location after a long journey. This house was constructed by us and we started living as simple farmers. Shirori and I got married a little over the course of 1 year. With a sorrowful expression, Mitsuo revealed that his father passed away 3 years later, coincidentally, while Shirori was pregnant with Suzume. I was shocked to learn that Shiori Two-Leg had endured a difficult life, as Chia frowned incredulously at the thought of her cat. You 3 are always so happy. The knowledge of pain is the driving force behind our enjoyment of life. I am guessing you are correct, am I right? When will the no-legs start gnawing on her? Chia hesitated and tried to change the subject, as he had given her plenty of time to think. During one of her first instances in her life, Chia felt like she had an excessive load. Patience, Chizalo. Emotional lenience is essential. Ultimately, Mitsuo overfishing with his catch. The next day, he sold what was left in the nearby village. Chia, on the other hand, took a break. She walked around the area for a while, not out of curiosity, but to have some alone time. Her thoughts were triggered by Mitsuo's words, prompting her to reflect on the true nature of life and death. While Suzume enjoyed playing the game, it was not necessary to think about those things when a 2-year-old attempted to catch your tail. Chia was too hesitant to tell her to stop, even though she knew it would be dangerous. Chia had a clear belief that she could never refuse anything to the child. The only exception was when Chia, while lying on a tree branch, suddenly lifted her head while bathing. "There's something off with me," she said without hesitation. When Chia asked, "What is this chakra?" she didn't really ask and quickly returned to her cell. A tall, thin man with black hair that extended to his shoulders was seen standing outside the house. A short sword was held by the man in one hand, while a pink-haired bundle was seen in the other. Chia shouted, "Zum," as she charged towards the man. A dismissive look towards the cat caused the man to lose his glee. He refrained from showing it as a surprise when he saw the talking cat. The flat side of his blade was used by him to attack Chia and knock him out. As the man looked down at the unconscious creature, he murmured that shouting before charging is not just a matter of human stupidity. It was not significant, as he perceived her approach. The strangeness of his chakra signature gave him the impression that he would have encountered something more than just a small cat. He swung his sword around and went back to the house. The woman he had taken out after taking the child was still lying on the ground, bleeding profusely and with cuts to her face. Kenta lowered her head and breathed in. "I spent a considerable amount of time tracking down this kid, and I'm glad I did. The reason behind his desire to have a specific bloodline is puzzling me. It was evident that the island he pointed me towards was not worth exploring, and the search was completely pointless. Had it not been for this foolish kid singing, I doubt I would have found it. I'm rushing back, but I have to go. It's a shame that this woman is not content with her situation. Despite being subjected to physical punishment, she still looks like a good kid to play with for some time now, but I'd have to resort to dragging her around as it would only impede my progress. I had a good time with her, but I didn't mind me doing it." Kenta laughed out loud, reflecting on the experience. The bloodline hunter part of his job made him adore the ability to control ordinary people and exercise self-control. Despite Kenta's preference for women who were slightly overweight, she found that all women looked stunning in pain. She found more pleasure in torturing her because of the added despair she had experienced due to him having her child in his hands. "I'd rather eliminate the evidence," he said with a frown. He was aware that if his fellow hunters came across this woman's disfigured remains, they would be able to recognize his work. Kenta was unable to comprehend why others were interested in his eccentric hobby. He didn't initially show any concern for the others. He should have recognized that they did not appreciate the magnificence of his art. Kenta dropped a few explosive notes and left. Upon reaching the shore, he heard the sound of the house burning to its core. He whispered, "Goodbye red hair," while playing a song. He flung the unconscious child into his boat and then pushed it back into the water. "As for the reward from that snake, I must take it," he said with a smile. "Imis nepois?" Mitsuo expressed that he had never felt such a sense of emptiness before. His mother's passing had left him feeling saddened, but his father had been there to support him. The loss of his father was deeply felt by him, but Shiori's love brought him joy. However, the memory of burying his wife's remains was vague now. He felt as though a gray fog had invaded his thoughts, dulling every emotion. The only thing left in his mind was a dull pain. He was still unable to comprehend what had transpired. How did they come to know? For years, there had been no sightings of bloodline hunters on the island. What is the reason behind their actions? Why did they strike him when he was not at home? And why did Shiori die? He wasn't there to protect her. When Mitsuo looked up, despite the wind blowing in his face, tears were absent. The act caused him to feel resentment and self-loathing. His inability to cry was a result of his desire to tear down his own eyes and end his life. What was the reason for his lack of financial stability when he had to live without his family? He struggled with feelings of anger, sadness, and despair. Nevertheless, they were all left behind by the dark passage that enveloped him. His eyes welled up as he sighed. What is the definition of family? The assailant had taken Suzum from him. Mitsuo was unable to comprehend the reason for his actions. Even young ones were at risk of being killed by hunters, who would consume everything from a Kekii Genkai. As a sure sign, even family members who had never displayed the ability were killed. What led to the man's decision to take his daughter? His sole source of sustenance was Suzum. Chia had compelled him to trail the kidnapper. The cat's decision where to go was a mystery to him. Honestly, I don't think he had any interest. Despite this, embarking on the seas with their small fishing boat was almost suicide. Mitsuo's father taught him how to sail when he was young. His father was driven by paranoia to educate Mitsuo on all aspects of survival. With a slight discomfort, Mitsuo remembered the lessons learned from his father. A sailor must be completely focused to navigate the seas in a small fishing boat like this, which was their most pressing concern. Despite his efforts, Mitsuo was aware that he was not focused on anything. Chia looked back at the deceased individual. She had only just made it through the ordeal with the injuries. Although the attacker did not intend to kill her, he had sustained several internal injuries from the force of his blow. It was a positive development that Tomio had educated her on the basics of using chakra to heal herself. The fact that she had so few chakras was the only thing she wished for. Nevertheless, it had been both her curse and her blessing. Her small stature had always made her weaker than her siblings, but it also motivated her to learn everything she could. Chia had read many of the scrolls her grandfather had kept, as well as several of those donated by Tomio to her during her time in the woods. Chia had grown up knowing from a young age that she could surpass her physical limitations by outsmarting other people. She realized that one of the many things she had learned could be put into practice. Had Suzum not been marked with her paw, she and Mitsuo would have never been able to locate the child. Now that they had a clear idea of their next move, she was anxious about what the future holds. Chia was aware that her sensory abilities were significantly superior to those of most members of her family, even at a young age. Her chakra control was easy with her small reserves. Nevertheless, her range of sensory perception would still be limited. The kidnapper had a head start, so any delays now would mean the child's life was lost forever. In an expansive universe, what steps would someone take to rescue a kidnapped child? Oi, two-leg, Chia hollered as her companion began to answer. During his 4-day voyage on the sea, Mitsuo had minimal sleep and consumed nothing. The man's struggle to stay awake was witnessed by her as he slowly lost his footing. They were fortunate enough to avoid any storms or bad weather, which was not a major issue. The distant shorelines eventually caught sight of Chia, who then screamed, "Mitsuo," with a grunting voice. The thought of the man she had known for years, who was happy and smiling, made Chia frown a little. The man's tiredness was accentuated by his face, and his eyes gave Chia a sense of unease as she noticed the empty stare in his eye. Land beyond is visible. Is Suzum present? Yes, she is heading in that direction. Mitsuo bowed as he spoke. Are you confident? Despite being younger than my siblings, I have gained some knowledge about tracking. She sighed deeply when the man did not speak. I swiped my paw at your kitten. It is a mark that I cannot be traced by anyone else. The man and Shirori, she observed with a grimace, as they asked for her to monitor Suzum, so she concluded that marking her was the most sensible decision. How many hours dragged us to the seal before it disappeared? Sealed, Chia inquired. I credited her with my name. I am uncertain if it is a seal or not. One target can be marked with a bakaniko. Chia admitted to doing something that was considered intimate for her child, but acknowledged that it is customary for partners to do the same. The connection between the chakras of two creatures is a simple explanation for why touching someone we want to mark can result in. As time passes, the signal from one chakra to the other gradually diminishes, indicating a gradual disconnection. Chia remarked, chakra? But Suzum. Your kitten had minimal growth, but the mark doesn't require any attention from the owner. Evidence suggests that every living organism has a chakra within it, even if it is not functional. It's a blend of physical and spiritual aspects, don't you think? In the event that man drags her too close. I've reached the end of my understanding, Mitsuo sighed, but his initial posture displayed a small amount of vitality. Chia was worried that finding his wife's body would have caused him pain, but it seems like there was still some of his beloved Mitsuo in the house. Kenta raised her eyes and sighed. It's such a stinking place, he murmured, inwardly. He had spent a few days at sea before finally reaching the mainland, or land of hot water, with proper geography. Following his one-day journey, he came across an enjoyable location to set up camp and catch some much-needed sleep. But he now saw more than a dozen dirty-looking bandits circling his back, one of them with an impressive countenance. Kenta noted that the leader and his supporters were not only dirty but also had black paint on their faces and bodies. Kenta was not greatly affected by it. Kenta's first impression revealed that his chakra was primarily controlled by the leader, while his associates were more like cannon fodder for a shinobi like him. Despite her casual gaze at the painted men, Kenta wondered why the leader had such a well-groomed hair of brown. It was evident that his hair was long, but it was in a complicated knot that fell to the side of his head. Kenta had never attempted a haircut like the one she was given. Kenta was taken aback when she saw that the men had painted their entire bodies, but not their hair. By suppressing a yawn, Kenta stood up. I'm not the first to be attacked by strange creatures, so maybe I should avoid keeping my chakra suppressed all the time. Who are you shitheads, and why did you wake me up? Kenta asked, gazing at the tall boss of the small band of hooligans. Kenta expressed her frustration, stating that the man who stood at least 7 feet tall was towering above her and she felt like he was a goddamn dwarf. The man smirked at Kenta's dirty yellow teeth and expressed his desire to have fun with another woman. It was evident that the man had a greater concern for his hair than his teeth. Kenta casually commented, I've heard people say pigs are also hygienic, so I'll let you know. He had witnessed enough. Without their leader, these goons had limited access to chakra, and their ability to harness it appears uncertain. There's no need to worry. It's hardly any good reason to wake up. Kenta reflected on the fact that these individuals had disrupted his sleep. Kenta was irritated by it, especially considering his previous sleepless nights. Kenta had to acknowledge that their excessive confidence enchanted him. Kenta expressed her indignation by saying, I'm apathetic. If you don't go out, I'll kill you foolishly. You mustn't leave your offensive remarks in a different place, or I'll remove them from your unsanitary mouth. The leader's laughter was met with a swift response from his troops. The man nodded and said, You have some guts there, little boy, as if to say something truly special. I'll even consider you for a tribe membership. Kenta scowled at the thought, why in the world would anyone do that? This man is utterly clueless. What a ridiculous idea. The leader bragged that the Swartaskelths were the first tribe to travel south in over a century. It's a show of how strong we are. Our foot soldiers were never able to challenge us. Those puny shinobi were not the only ones who fell to our blades. Kenta was the one who laughed when it was time for her to do so. Ignoring the necessity of meeting a real shinobi, would you and your group have perished in the wilderness? A bunch of losers like you can still win, but only a decent group of fresh blood can do that, he murmured. One of Kenta's close associates stepped forward, incapacitated by the situation. The man was slashed to the throat by Kenta's short sword, but it wasn't quite as long. The bandits were completely obstructed by the sudden disappearance of the jonin, which had been covered in mist. Kenta whispered, I told you to get angry, while positioned behind the leader. At this juncture, he was not in charge of any men as his dozen supporters had turned into 12 dead individuals. It's just a question I have to ask myself. Let's go with your side. I am confident that my master needs some extra muscle and that you and your men will trail me. As the bandit, he began to show signs of sweating. There was nothing that caught his eye, the black-haired man had disappeared suddenly, but as he looked back, all of his men had fallen and a sharp object in his side appeared before him. Subsequently, he was aware of the moment he was beat, even though it didn't appeal to him. The man grunted, "Fine then. I accept my defeat, and you will be my chieftain," he added. "You can swear your loyalty to my master, not to me," Kenta said as he pulled his sword back on his opponent. "Now is the time for us to accelerate our approach. It's my responsibility to bring that cock to my boss." The man replied with a yes statement, "I'm Amor, chieftain of the Swarta Skelths. You have triumphed over me, so you're my savior." "I'm a fool, you should just shut up," Kenta said. "What's a more unusual name? Were you of the opinion that you were born in the north? He led the warriors of his tribe to your lands because there was an abundance of food on my land, and also partially disregarded their warning." Kenta discovered that the man had attempted to deceive, but didn't feel any genuine concern. He speculated that the giant was too self-assured to acknowledge the actual reason. The fact that they looked like criminals rather than soldiers may have prompted their removal, and this asswipe attempted to make it seem more heroic. "And what about this Swartaskelth stuff also? I don't understand, what is this bad language?" Amor grimaced in answer. "Our bodies are painted before we fight," he stated. "We are the warriors of the night, or Black Shield as we call it. Tisk. If they have a group of individuals like you who come to their aid, they will be left in ruins." "Alright, I'm okay," Kenta declared. "Return here with your men and collect them. I'll organize my belongings. I can sense all 27 of them already nearby, so don't try to deceive me. If you don't want them to end up like these shrewd people over here, I." Confounded and angry, Amor returned to his tribe. He was proud, but not stupid enough to overlook the fact that the pricey black hair could kill them all in a matter of seconds if he wanted to. "You're a disgusting creature, my dear friend. I am not the type to be humiliated like this. Even if it's the last thing on earth, I will take you for it." Mitsuo was visibly fatigued after 4 days of running and rest. Having arrived on land 4 days ago, he and Chia had been following Suzume's fading mark. Mitsuo had brought Chia along for the last day to conserve her energy for tracking the mark she had placed on the child, but they were not swift enough. Chia eventually sighed. "Sorry, I can't quite put into words how she sounded, that guy is moving too fast for me." Mitsuo's head was crushed against the tree as he slumped down, feeling defeated. Mitsuo wept for the first time since discovering his wife's dead body. In a silent manner, the tears streamed down his cheeks. His shoulders were jolted into submission. He had a burning sensation in his throat. "I was left without Shiori," he said. "After losing Suzume, why did Kami and Chia return? What actions did she take to save her?" With Mitsuo's assistance, she had gone out to find food. He appeared desperate, and she sighed. "Two-leg, there's only one method that Chia knows of how to forcibly increase my chakra," he said. "Nevertheless, it is not without consequences." Mitsuo's gaze flickered across the cat with red and tearful eyes. "I have no restrictions on what I can do for my daughter, and I am willing to do anything to help her." Chia's words were not spoken. Shortly after, Mitsuo uttered the words, "Chi, I ask you to tell me what happened. I'll take it upon myself to get my daughter back if there is any chance of her return." Chia sighed, confident that it wouldn't be deadly. "There are, however, several predicaments." "What's the significance of this statement?" "The lone method I have discovered to increase my reserves and expand my sense of chibi two-leg is by entering into a contract with another person." "Are you presenting a contract?" Mitsuo muttered several times. "I'm a summoning tribe. Don't worry, my tribe forms two-leg contracts with me only when we grow up. I must be at least a century old in accordance with clan law before they would teach me how to create my own contracts. This proposition poses a risk, and that's among the reasons why it should be considered. You're not sure how to handle it, so what actions should I take?" Mitsuo scowled. Chia shrugged off the statement, stating that she knew the basics. In other cases, I wouldn't have brought it up. If I were to enter into an agreement outside my clan's legal framework, why would I waste our time putting myself in danger? The word criminal is a term used to refer to someone who has committed an offense. Is it possible that you would violate my clan's rules? Chia inquired, looking at the man in disbelief. Is that not a good idea? She quipped. The only one who truly cared for me passed away when I was swept off the island. The chances of me being in a relationship with someone who isn't really me are slim because I doubt they would miss me no matter what. With a hint of bitterness in her voice, Chia admitted to Mitsuo that she had always been the failure. The cat remained quiet about her home. She said, I was always too small for my age. The lack of strength is a significant issue. I am too inquisitive. Insufferable. Shirori, Suzum, and you are my clan. My family is my life. If saving Suzum means becoming a criminal in the eyes of my old family, then that's fine. Chief, I'm questioning whether you have faith in your family. Chia's laughter was short-lived, with little sarcasm. The fact that I spent a considerable amount of time with you and your family only added to the complexity of their lack of love for me, which was already apparent. I have decided against it. It may be that I'll regret it later, especially since your two legs have a shorter lifespan than mine, but I believe it's worth it. Mitsuo expressed his gratitude by bending his head and feeling grateful that the cat would make it as far as he did, while also acknowledging him and Suzum. I'm not sure what to say. It's not necessary to do it. Chia replied with a cheeky tone, saying that she had returned to her voice and not wanted to acknowledge the good work. Prior to that, I'll give you a brief overview of my tribe's capabilities. It's just a matter of time, so we have to be mindful. Mitsuo nodded and sat down once more. First, the most important skill of my species is our ability to shape shifts. Is the Henge no Jutsu? It requires a significant amount of chakra to perform, even though it is not as demanding because my chakra reserves are more productive. By contracting our bodies, your chakra reserves could be drawn to me, enabling me to become a stronger and more powerful person. Mitsuo nodded and comprehended the principle. As per my previous statement, an increase in reserves would enable me to amplify the range at which I could detect my Suzum usage. Although Chia's whiskers moved in a way that Mitsuo had grown used to, there was also ill effects. It does seem like a useful thing to you. What's your take on this? It's accurate that I draw from your chakra, but it requires me to adjust it and wait for my reserves to increase. As usual, I am too young to sign contracts as a teenager, but my limited reserves will necessitate some time for my body to adjust. It seems to me that it will be a little painful. The thought of overloading my reserves is something that should be crippling for me for a while. I am uncertain about the exact duration. The scrolls never provided any insight into it, except for the fact that contract formation was prohibited at our time of age. Nevertheless, a statement remains unconfirmed. If Chia uses the same chakra, would it indicate that my chakra is closed? I will extract some chakra from you, but it is a source of healing. I have a smaller body and less reserve than you, in terms of my two legs. The contract indicates that my body will be overloaded, and it will compel me to increase my reserves. There will be some discomfort, but it's not the main concern if there are even a slight discomfort. The fundamental problem is that it will destabilize my chakra control, which will have a negative impact on yours as soon as we activate the contract. I wonder if you realize the man who took Suzum from her is an excellent sensor, given that he was able to pick up the chibi's chakra? Even though I barely felt her, and I was very close, Chia said. Because of that quality, he is likely to perceive us when our chakras join together. At that point, both of us will be unable to properly conceal our signals. We must move quickly. Chia nodded and questioned whether the man, in his desperation, could comprehend that they were superior to the black-haired man who had stolen Suzum. Despite the man's casual speed, they were moving at their maximum speed and still trailed behind. Despite the mark being almost out of range, there was not much chance for them to achieve it. It's possible that the man will not be able to identify us, as he shouldn't expect us to follow his lead. Chia believed that if someone detects us, there is always a possibility that they may attempt to attack us. However, she doubts that this will happen as he remains hidden from him. If her combat skills improve significantly, can we potentially take down Suzume? Mitsuo will also be cognizant of this. He has been on the run for most of his life, so he will probably have a better understanding of it than I do, especially when taking into account that his partner is still grieving for him. Chia sighed. Regardless of her perspective, they had no other recourse but to go with what they saw fit. Chia had hoped that Tomio would remain by her side again since the chase began. He would have been cognizant of the necessary actions. He could have stopped the man by taking Suzume away. Enduring, release your paw, two-leg, and place it against mine. Kenta couldn't help but giggle at the group of individuals in front of her. Despite dropping the child that was his to go, she remained tied up and found himself bewildered when he saw how terrified she was of the painted men and their horrendous clothing. The child's perspective on the savages was that of someone even more terrible than him, and for a small age group who seemed to harbor strong negative feelings towards him. Kenta was unable to contain her laughter in front of these foolish individuals. He panted and asked, "You wanted to confront Shinobi?" The most hilarious joke I've ever heard in months was this one. Totally worthless. Any good jonin would rush to rape your asses in the blink of an eye. The black-haired man's laughter persisted as Amor gritted his teeth. This is my tribe. I'll take a closer look at the reflection. Kenta laughed and remarked, "We'll see how they are useful." That was a good one, God forbid. I didn't find red hair as enjoyable as these idiots, but I might keep them around to see what kind of stupidity they might exhibit next. Furthermore, Kenta was convinced that the snake Sannin would be willing to experiment with additional bodies. The giant that steered them was likely an excellent addition, as Kenta acknowledged. He concluded that the giant's ability to use his chakras effectively would allow him to mature into a skilled warrior. Kenta had no intention of taking any risks and would only provide the group with a list of coordinates for locating Orochimaru's hideout location before proceeding. Kenta experienced a sudden increase in chakra energy while explaining this to Amor and his men. Kenta asked, "What the hell was that?" and his eyes were narrowed. Two signals, one smaller and the other larger, possibly at a Chunin level, but still far apart. The question remains unanswered. Moreover, they are now heading back towards us once more. The small signal appears to be a familiar tone. Kenta chuckled for a brief time. I realized it was that sly cat I met when I picked up the brat. The father of the brat could be the other clue. The entire day, she was whining about her daddy, until I gave her a kiss. I'm a disgusted brat. Nevertheless, if those unsympathetic individuals were to track me, then either the cat or him is a highly effective indicator. It's safe to assume that they made it to this point without me realizing it. I may not want to take their situation too seriously. However, they are unaware of the existence of these painted loners. He tilted his head slightly and centered his gaze. Kenta's expression was one of smiley. He yelled, anciently, "Change of plan. Is it only today that I come across foolish people? Why would they travel at such a rapid pace when they are already worn out? Are there any chances that they may not be able to perform their martial arts skills more skillfully? Uncomfortable peep-ups." Chia uttered a curse word, saying, "Shit, he must have detected us." The exhausted cat, which Mitsuo had with him, was now in his arms. In accordance with her world, they had come to an uncomplicated understanding that allowed her to drain his chakra as much as she deemed appropriate, all with the intention of helping him retrieve Suzume. What's his destination? Mitsuo muttered. The chakra she had extracted from him, coupled with his exhausted state caused by running for several days, made it extremely challenging for him to continue. Without Suzume's danger, Mitsuo was unsure if he would have had the courage to take another step. He followed the same path, but it appears he moved faster. Mitsuo's response to this was a series of curses. "What are you discerning, Chief?" "He provided us with the coordinates and vowed to strengthen our team," Imor commented. "It's a well-known fact that we all require more strength. The black-haired fuzz killed all our friends in a matter of seconds. I'm not brave enough to admit it, but we haven't got our foot on this earth. Nevertheless, contemplate the idea of developing comparable strength to that beast. If we were to return with that power, we could defeat the vile Hirthaganatos and remove those evil Mongols from their realm." The prospect garnered some enthusiastic applause from his team. Despite the defeats suffered by the elite, none of them had forgotten about the past. The Hirthaganatos were undoubtedly stronger than any other nation, as they were restricted to their most powerful and courageous soldiers. They had not foreseen the fact that their tribe would be so vulnerable, and it had resulted in a significant financial burden on them. Half of their men, including Imor's eldest, had perished, and their village was raided and held captive. Their defiance was met with retaliation from their people who were punished. The Skelths were aware that they would be executed if they didn't, but the strength in Kenta allowed for some to overthrow those in power, free their family, and exact revenge on the families of those who ousted them. Imor's unwavering determination was never doubted by anyone in the group. The Hirthaganatos were led by the former second-in-command after all these years. It was a shame that he had to bother his commander on multiple occasions, considering raping the commander's daughter might be considered more serious, but still. "Wouldn't the same man with magic possess it?" asked one of the men. "According to Kenta, this man is destined to be feeble. It's possible that he was worn out or something similar. Ask him without question how he knows. Is it possible that the person involved only made this mess to eliminate us?" Although Imor didn't want to acknowledge it, they had been spared from this man's actions. They were so weak compared to the Jonin, should he have wanted to dispose of them. Who would leave witness remains despite the fact that there is little to lose, but much more to gain. If your maggots have lost their guts, I suggest waiting for this rascal to come near, cut his throat, and dismember him before proceeding to the location where the asshole had instructed us to wait. Chia was sore in Mitsuo's arms, but still managed to stay awake due to the exertion. This may have been her oversight. The fact that they were so obsessed with pursuing the man who had taken Suzume made her completely unaware of the possibility of him having accomplices. The two individuals were encircled by a minimum of 24 men as they stood there. Had Chia had the chance, she would have posed the question, "What is this kind of human?" The color black was evident on their skin, as far as she could tell. It didn't seem like a typical situation. This was a highly curious behavior, and the cat would have been eager to learn more about it, but this was not the time for such inquisitiveness. A range of weapons, including axes and swords, were carried by the two legs. She was unable to explain why the black-painted men would attack them, but they did not provide any explanation. Mitsuo once shared with her that humans have been victims of attacks without any reason or goal. Chia was alarmed to discover that the man they were chasing had increased his speed, as these men stood in between him and Suzume. It was only a matter of time before he was out of her sight, and this time they had no way of keeping an eye on her. Mitsuo used his kunai to quickly attack the girl and force 4 throats open. Chia accumulated all her strength, readying herself to continue her fight despite her weakened state. Conversely, Mitsuo sought an alternative approach. Despite being outnumbered and exhausted, he recognized that these men were not invincible. He had little experience with chakras, and the men's response to his speed indicated that they were unable to increase their speed. The bandits would have been destroyed in seconds if Mitsuo hadn't been so worn out. "Let's make sure we don't pull back too soon," he asked. "You are a brute not to be scared of. Let's avoid unnecessary bloodshed because you cannot bear the brunt of what many have done to our country." Unfortunately, he was left speechless and only exhilarated when it happened. Initially, it was cautious, but as the tallest adversary joined in, the others became more confident. "We're already following the rules, puny man," he declared. With a grimace on his face, Mitsuo gazed upwards. "I say, damn it. The height of this man must be at least 7 feet. He would be a formidable opponent with those muscles, regardless of my training and chakra control. Shift. Why am I experiencing this kind of bad luck every day?" After being approached by 5 men, Mitsuo took a deep breath and quickly ran up to the ground. 2 men screamed and cursed while looking at the wounds on the ground, while 3 other bodies fell to the floor. Imor observed a tired expression on the man's face and pronounced chest contractions as he breathed deeply. Despite losing his men, Imor couldn't hide his wolf-like smirk. "Don't let him get away from here," he said, his gaze widening with a grimace upon seeing Mitsuo stare out. As the bastard pointed out, "This bumbling man is exhausted, just keep attacking him and he'll fall to the ground." The giant's lack of intelligence is not as noticeable as it appears. Mitsuo gritted his teeth and grimaced as his body ached from exhaustion, hoping that scaring them off might actually help. He couldn't recall ever feeling so tired since the bloodline hunters almost caught him and his father. Nevertheless, that occurred when Mitsuo was 8 years old. He observed Chie's tense body suddenly appear blurred and inflate like a balloon when he looked over it. It was only for it to disappear in a sudden black and white burst, lunging at the throat of the nearest attacker. Imor grew grimaced upon seeing the cat claw that had suddenly become so big that it punctured the man's face and throat. He was haunted by the screams of the victim and the realization that they would never forget the eyeball that had been halfway through his skull, but instead stayed attached to only a few muscles and nerves. Chie, however, didn't take the time to think about her actions. Her sole focus was on removing the threat, which hindered their ability to rescue the young girl with pink hair that she had learned to love, the first 2-leg workout she ever witnessed. She would not be able to keep the child away from anyone. The feline's fury was intensified by the last days of dread that led to its unleashing onto this unsanitary pair of 2 legs. Shiori's death, her helplessness, and the feeling of her opponent fleeing all triggered anger. The knowledge that Mitsuo would not last for long only fueled her anger. She observed him evade each round, but he already had several gashes on his body and his speed was dwindling, which made her fear the worst. She wouldn't be able to fight for an extended period of time either. Chie was aware of her rapidly dwindling chakra reserves, particularly after developing into the 4-foot cat that had once torched another man. Each time she approached her partner, a black-painted pair of legs intervened and forced her to retreat. She was aware that her own speed was dwindling, even though they had not yet struck her. With every new adversary she tackled, it took her longer to get rid of. Chie was distracted by the large axe a man had pointed at her, and she failed to acknowledge that the leader had circled behind Mitsuo. Having run past the muscular arm holding the axe, Chie caused a painful injury to the man's neck and proceeded to pierce him with her teeth, causing him to break into pieces. With several bodies sat on his knees, Mitsuo gazed down at the blade that protruded from his chest. Imor's mind raced with bloodlust as he pulled his sword from the back of his opponent. The tall man realized that these people can cause losses like this, even when they are completely exhausted. The bastard's promise of revenge was too much for him to bear, as he promised not to. The giant man's blade, blended in the air, was enough to pull the monstrous feline back and cause 4 long cuts on his chest. He would never discuss the 4 lengthy scars with anyone else. What kind of fighter would not feel ashamed to be injured by a cat, regardless of its odd behavior? Imor watched as the feline sat motionless in circles around his fallen adversary. The man's fate was certain, even though he had not yet died. Imor was aware of the human anatomy to understand that even if he missed the heart, the injury was still too irreversible to heal. The man's last injury was exacerbated by the blood loss from all of his other wounds during the short battle. Enough, Imor declared, indicating his remaining men. The sight of his tribe's loss caused him to grimace, as he lost 11 members and 6 others were injured. Despite his lack of intelligence, the target we are trying to catch is already deceased. Reconcile with us, and take our wounded from the evil cat monster. Kenta scowled at the young boy with pink hair who was unconscious. You're a bloody freak, no way. Give him another chance, he said softly, but she wouldn't understand or care. The signal he sensed disappearing from this distance had only one meaning. I'm not sure what to say, Maybe I should tell Orochimaru where it is? Kenta, feeling a bit annoyed by his own oversight, grumbled that he should have instructed the mob to bring the corpse. I could always retrieve the snake if it wanted to examine the dead body, but I don't want to disturb its existence. It's my wish that the fuckheads don't cause any harm to the body. The act of breathing was a demanding process. It's a challenging task. Mitsuo exerted his strength to wake up from the sensation of water as it drenched him. Keep your feet on the ground. Mitsuo heard his spouse's words. What was their whereabouts? Why did she give off such a worried tone? The snatch was the result of an ambush. Chie. Mitsuo chimed in, saying quietly. She said, are you? Once more, her concern left him in awe. When she found me sitting next to Shiori's, her voice had a strange new sound, which made Mitsuo question why she was so despondent. The warm liquid falling down was not water. The absence of precipitation was noticeable. Chief of the pants. What is inside my pocket? Scroll. At least 2-leg, don't do it. The familiar feeling he felt was not new to him, but what could it be? He drank blood through coughing. Despite his efforts, Mitsuo lost his concern. I've been on the run for an extended period, and I can barely keep track of what was happening. I wish I could have stayed with Shiori and Suzume for a little longer. I wished I had seen my little angel once more. Mitsuo's eyes filled with tears, and his body felt like it was being frozen. Nevertheless, he experienced that peculiar feeling, as if someone was on his nerves. With a sense of familiarity, Mitsuo recalls the scent and memories of being close to his mother for years. Once again, he was at his home. Chie sighed deeply as he was surrounded by the vast darkness of the forest at night. How many years had it been since Chie, the man she had made a contract with, died? 10, 12. The small pouch located at the back of the burrow she had moved into last winter was observed by her. She was aware that the 2-leg scribbles and images were present in there. She was aware of the feelings she had for him and his family. Despite the passage of time, she still felt empty and bittersweet after all these years. The memory of removing and hiding the body of the man she had made a deal with remained strong, just like the previous day. She reminisced about the time when she realized that the contract would not end with his death, but instead, it would conclude with the release of Suzume. The contract remains in effect, and she is aware that the child is still alive. She never felt the slightest resemblance to the mark she left on the child, no matter where she went. It wasn't until a day later that she realized she was no longer interested. The marking would last for a long time, even though they had been separated for years, but its signal would have waned by now. In addition, how could she still be there for the child after all these years? Neither would Chie know Suzume nor would Suzume remember him. Initially, she felt hurt when she realized that she had not fulfilled Mitsuo's final request, but over time, the pain decreased and eventually became a dull sensation. Besides herself, who could possibly blame Chie for her failure? She still recollects the day she spent with her family, whom she once held in high regard, and all the laughter she experienced. The child's laughter, embracing, and chasing her to catch her tail was unforgettable. Apart from her teacher, it's possible that these humans were the only creatures she had a genuine interest in. Over the next few years, she had come across many individuals, but each one appeared more unworthiness, self-serving, and revolting than the other. Moreover, the animals she came across were all ignorant and barbaric, none of which was like her own. The days of sunshine were overshadowed by the lack of sunlight for her. Those who she held dear were either deceased or absent from her life. Despite her efforts, she found no clues that led to anything. She was unable to locate the black-haired individual who had abducted Suzume. The painted men who had attacked her and Mitsuo were nowhere to be seen by her. I haven't made any changes to my life. The hope she once held had vanished like smoke in the wind. Suzume was lost forever once the man moved the child beyond her grasp, just like she had feared for so long. Chie remained composed and relaxed, feeling fatigued in both the physical and mental aspects of being alive. To survive in the wild, she had to transform into her full-grown, 5-foot-long physique, and this transformation eventually caused her to become more strained. The fact that some unintelligent two-legs were pursuing her was particularly alarming. Once more. She didn't bother to record the number of times Shinobi had tried to locate her. They had never achieved success. There was no point in finding her with the two legs, as they were too unintelligent to be found. They were too foolish to find even a single trace. It was inconsequential that anything on it mattered. Her clan was alienated, and she had broken her oath, leaving her alone in a terrible place after her summoner passed away. Chie wondered if death wasn't such a bad idea. She had always been curious about the possibility of an afterlife, and the only way to answer this question was to find something that could potentially kill her. It's a simple task in this locality. Chie relics from her lost family and buried them in the pouch they held. After saying goodbye, she exited the burrow and slowly entered the night. She took a deep breath and relaxed herself, finding that she had not felt so excited for some time in years. Her last adversary was the enormous and malevolent chakra that was looming close by. She was weary of the monotony of life. Whether she was killed or alive due to the demonic presence, she showed little concern. It could be fun to finally get one last fight. The only thing that piqued her curiosity was the question of whether or not it was something that would bring about her death. How could something so gross and colossal feel? She had never felt anything like this before. A short, blonde human boy was seen by Chie walking forward while he talked to something that had a scent similar to that of tadpoles. A boy summoning a toad made the black and white cat question its purpose. "Stay silent," she remarked upon the human whispering in her mind. "There's a sense that something is in close proximity. It strikes me as odd, not typical at all. Can you identify the species of this animal? This is the creature that generates the foul chakra. The only way to fool the other two legs with this form is by concealing it." Chie mused that it was not meant to surprise its adversary, but rather an unplanned development. "It's time to reveal myself, folks," she said. Jumping down, she caught sight of the creature. "To either conclude my tale or initiate a new one. It's a simple and effective statement." Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, smash that like button and subscribe for more content. Support the original author by clicking their profile link in the pinned comment of the first video of this series. They deserve the love. Want early access and exclusive content? Join my Patreon community, link below. Your support fuels these videos. Drop a comment with your thoughts, and I'll catch you in the next video. Stay entertained, stay safe.